Right. Hey.
All right, everybody. Welcome to ESA Winter 22. We have got the pre-show going. We are here to raise money for Alzheimer's Fondant, and links to donate can be found just below the stream. We'd also like to thank ClearStart, Dermalogica, Fist Forged in Shadow Torch, and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. So, here we are. We got a brand new show, and it's time for Plexa to kick everything off with Golden Sun, Dark Dawn, any percent. Plexa, take it away.
Thank you. Before we do intros, I am just gonna start because we've got quite a bit of time to kill. So in 3, 2, 1, go. It wouldn't be a Golden Sun game if there wasn't really long, obnoxiously long, in fact, unskippable cutscenes. So we got about 6.5 minutes just to chill and talk a little bit about the run ourselves, get some donations in, all that fun stuff. So, as you heard, I'm Plexa, hello. Wait a second, yes, there's really cool tech, I promise, but it's Camelot. If you know anything about Camelot, they just love their wordy dialogue and many cutscenes and old people talking about things. But anyway, I'm Plexa, hey, I speedrun most of the Golden Sun games, well, all of them in fact. Please, Camelot, give us a 4th game. And with me is the Queen of Breaking Things, Velissa. Hey, Velissa.
Hey, it's me. I break things.
Yeah, please, if you're a game developer in need of your game being broken, talk to Val, she'll break it for you. Kind of every game she touches, she breaks. It's kind of great. And really, it's thanks to Val for kicking off a wave of revolution with this game. We'll talk a lot about this because we've got lots of time to kill. She kicked off a wave of revolution of like breaking and discovery in this game, which, you know, if we were doing this run last year, it would have been a 7-hour speed run. This year, well, it's about 4.5 hours. Well, the record is 4 hours and 5 minutes, but it would be pretty nice to get close to that today. But there's a lot of things that can go wrong. So, yeah, it's a real honor to be here with her. One of my favorite people in the whole world, and just breaking this game alongside her and some other fantastic people. Regnatreus, Fulgur, it's really done amazing things for us. Is there anything you want to say about
that's
breaking things before we get really under?
Honored to be here. Yeah, I don't know. I just really like finding janky things in games, and then sometimes it leads to cool skips. Yeah. Sometimes it leads to kind of just a cool visual effect, which, by the way, we have an incentive for, the rainbow screen. I found that while trying to break other things, and I was like, whoa, this is sick.
Whoa. It's very cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah, starting to consider like a job in QA if I can get into that would be cool. But yeah, I'm not the only person who's broken this game. Plexa has definitely contributed some very important tech, and together we kind of just broke this game down from the 7-hour barrier to almost sub 4, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dark Dawn is an old game. It's 2010, I think it was released. 2010, 2009? I don't remember, 2010 or so. And for the longest time, this game had one glitch. It was really cool because it allowed you to do some cool stuff in the end of the game. Allowed you to basically go wherever you want, catch some things that you weren't able to, do some things you wouldn't normally be able to do, unblock some points of no return and all that jazz. That was it. We'll see that glitch later on, actually. It's really cool that made it into the route. But that was it. And then it's kind of stayed that way for 10 years or so, right up until... Go ahead.
Yeah, if you look back at the old Game FAQs forums, you'll see people talking about the endless wall glitch. And in a different forum, we do actually use that nowadays in the run. But for a long time, it was like, okay, the endless wall is useful in the just before the final dungeon, and at that point there's nowhere else you have to go. So it wasn't useful to the speedrun, but it's cool that it's like seen some transformations at the same time.
Anyway, we'll get into that. You will see it later on in this run. But yeah, basically, what was it? May last year, I think, May, June. Yeah, this incredible wave of discovery just happened, and there was like the 4 of us just sitting on Discord calls day after day, just plugging away at this and finding discovery after discovery. There was a bit of a meme where every time we'd finish a run, there'd be a new route because we would have found something new, and that kind of persisted for quite a while before we finally settled on this one. And no doubt we'll talk a lot about the route diversity, or at least the early route diversity for a while.
Yep.
But yeah, like that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because we're kind of going over the plot. This game is the successor to the GBA titles, so the Golden Sun 1, Golden Sun 2 for the GBA. They are some of the best games of all time. Some of the game-defining, the console-defining games for the GBA. Just amazing, amazing RPGs. Please bring them to the Switch, Camelot, if you're listening. Thank you. So those games happened, and then there was a bit of a hiatus in development, and then suddenly, right at the end of the DS lifespan, Dark Dawn was announced, and this game was set 30 years after the GBA titles, and kind of follows on from the aftermath of the end of the second game, which restored alchemy to the world. So now there's a lot of alchemy everywhere. The world is kind of thrust into chaos, as the screen is currently telling you. And yeah, everything's a little bit chaotic, and there's like a lot of political tension, and war is on the horizon in a lot of places, and quite a scary time. What's up? That's okay. We actually can't pause this, but that's okay. This is an unskippable. This is an unskippable cutscene. We can stop as soon as it's over. It's not a big deal.
All right, that's good.
It's okay. Yeah, this is an unskippable cutscene. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, this is included in the timer though.
Okay.
I've seen some people say that the timer isn't going yet. This. Oh, okay. I see. Like if you can start at a certain time, this transitions into gameplay at like almost exactly 7 minutes.
Yeah. It's almost over as well, so we can fix things in just a moment.
So here we see the previous protagonists being brought up, Isaac and Garrett. Those are the starting two characters from the first adventure. They were, I believe, 15 and 16 at the time, and now we're 30 years later, so we'll see yet.
Yeah, do note Mercury Lighthouse in the background for those fans of the GBA titles. It's a nice little visual artifact that they included for no reason. It's pretty great. Alright, so if we need to take a pause, this is the time as... Are we pausing? Do we need to fix things?
I'll just enjoy the sight
Never
of
actually
Mount
idle on the
Aleph
screen
and
for this long.
Crater.
Oh, it does actually eventually transition. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Didn't know that.
Yeah, same. I mean, why would you ever hang out on that screen?
Right, just let us know when it's good to go again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, give or take. Alright, there we go. So we didn't miss much. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I just missed the end of the story, credit scroll, whatever goes on there. And we saw Matthew and Isaac walking to the cabin, and that's it. So here we are introduced to Matthew. Matthew is the kid of Isaac, and as I mentioned before, Isaac is the protagonist of the first game, makes an appearance in the second game as well, and now we're 30 years into the future, and he's had a kid with, I believe it's confirmed to be Jenna, right?
Yes, it is. We never see that dialogue in this run, but it is confirmed to be Jenna. Jenna conspicuously is not in Lookout Cabin. She is living in Calais with Ivan, believe it or not. And if you ask Salanute, our resident Golden Sun hacking expert, who like basically data mines the games and has data mined like the beta of the game and stuff, he believes that they're divorced, which would be great. Please, Camelot, please confirm or deny this. Getting onto this ladder is impossible. That's fine.
It definitely is. So yeah, now it's just two bros hanging out in a cabin, Isaac and Garrett. And Garrett's also had a kid. No idea with who. Might have just been... what's the word? It's like...
Yeah, I don't know. But actually, if you ask Salanute, if you ask Salanute, he believes that Terrell accidentally burnt his mother alive, which would be rather traumatic. So, Camelot, please confirm or deny this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's based on anything, except for the fact that Terrell is, let's just say, a massive dummy. Because, as you can also see right here, he's almost about to get himself killed, because he is using Ivan's Soarwing, which allows Jupiter adepts to fly, because they can control the wind. Terrell is a Mars adept, he controls fire. Fire does not fly. So, he's kind of just slowly descending, and yeah, we have to get after him.
Yeah, this is actually based on beta text that was updated for the main game, so that's where that comes from. But anyway, yeah, so the world of Golden Sun is quite interesting. It's the world of Wayard. Adepts are people who can wield synergy or synergy, as it probably should be pronounced. There are 4 elements in the world, or at least there are at this point in the game. Spoilers, there are earth adepts, there are wind adepts, fire adepts, and water adepts that also go by planetary alignment. So you have Venus being Earth, Mercury being Mars, Jupiter being wind, and Mars being fire. We will probably use them interchangeably, and it'll be horribly confusing if you have no idea what's going on. But we'll do our best to keep it somewhat sensible. But as is tradition in Golden Sun, you kind of get one adept of each element, and then you get a second party, which is also one adept of each element. So we end up with 2 of each element by the end of the game. There are also little spirits called Jinn. They give us lots of interesting bonuses and cool things. And they're rather essential to going fast. We need to start talking about how this run is going to do everything out of order. So if you know anything about Dark Dawn, and you played this game, you're like, yeah, I know what's going to happen. If you've never seen the speedrun, you do not know what's going to happen. Right now, we're being prepped and primed to go into the tutorial. There's a tutorial dungeon, which kind of teaches you the ins and outs of Jinn and summons. But we're not going to do that. We are going to break into the overworld early, and we're going to get an extra character. Normally, the third character you get is Terrell, the Mars adept who was being a doofus and causing us to have to go out into the dangerous forest. We're going to get Reef. Reef is intended to be the 4th character, but we're going to do that in a rather unconventional way. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, Val, while I get this menu down?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, normally you're supposed to be locked into this area, the Lookout Cabin, and I believe Goma Highlands and the Tanglewood Forest. But before we go into any combat, we'll just pick up this book right here. This book is very important. We'll talk more about that soon. But first things first, we're going to break out of the cabin. There's just this staircase that leads to the outside world. And normally, Isaac and Garrett would stop you if you try leaving this place before finishing Tanglewood and saving Terrell, because, that's kind of our sole mission right now. But fortunately, we have a way to clip out of bounds and fall down onto the terrain that leads to the outside world. And that is a technique that's called minute clipping. It went by a few different names in the past. Initially, I wanted to call it angel clipping because it requires an acute angle, and you need the patience of an angel to do it because it actually takes a long time. And it drove Plexa insane as a math major because people would actually mistake angle and angel a lot. So out of mercy, we settled on minute clipping because most clips take about a minute to perform.
And minutes are also a measure of an angle, believe it or not. So I'm just going to hold the stylus in this location over here. It turns out the most broken thing in this game is the stylus. You'll see why None of this stuff is possible just using D-pad. You literally have to be using the stylus, otherwise this doesn't work. It looks like I'm doing absolutely nothing right now, but you'll notice that the screen is slowly shifting, hence why this takes a long time. And sometimes you can get stuck on this tree. This tree's a little bit annoying. We're almost there.
Yeah,
You'll know when we're there when Matthew's shadow disappears.
Yeah. You
Sorry,
have to
Val.
wedge yourself into like an acute angle, and then slide along one of the two walls, and depending on which wall you slide across, that changes which direction you're sliding. And so now we're in the overworld. You're supposed to get here after saving Tyrell. So you're supposed to be a party of 3, you're supposed to have beaten some random encounters and a boss, mini-boss kinda. And here we meet our buddy Flint. You wanna talk about Flint?
Flint will talk enough about himself, I think.
Yeah, so this is the first genie that you also meet in... Flint is a friend. He's kind of great. So Flint is also the first genie that you get in the first Golden Sun game. Has been with Isaac for, since his adventure started. This is actually supposed to be the second time that we meet Flint, because we're supposed to get a whole tutorial from him in Tanglewood. But because we broke out, he's just like, hey, wait for me, let me join you. And here we have our other major tech, this one found by Plexa himself. It's called a bridge clip, as one might imagine. Honestly, it's kind of just weird.
It's just weird, yeah. It's geometry interacting in unintended ways. It turns out that rivers are basically just roads that allow you to walk between mountains. So yeah, we're cramming a lot of tech in the first couple minutes of this run. It's kind of insane, actually, how much tech there is.
Yeah, but don't worry, we'll go over things again later, so if it's a bit much to take in right now, we'll get back to it. It's all gonna be okay. Just the start of the game is kind of crazy. So as you can see, we have Redhead Tyrell in the party right now, even though he's not actually in the party. And that's because this is just a pre-programmed cutscene where the characters are all talking among themselves, and there's no reason for the game to check who's in your party, so they just don't.
So what we've done is we've basically done a massive sequence break to the end of the first point of no return. So basically the first block of this game is dedicated to basically tutorial stuff. And at the end of the tutorial, you get your 4th character in Wreath, which is this blue-haired fellow over here. This is Blados, he's a baddie. Watch his soldiers just disappear off the screen as they yeet themselves over a cliff. So yeah, we've basically sequence broken to this point of the game, specifically so we can get our 4th character. That's going to be really important because, well, we're going to go stealing some things.
Yeah, so this route is one that I coined the Djinn heist. So Djinn are the main source of power in, I would say, Golden Sun in general. They increase your stats, they bring you to better classes, they can let you change classes, and they let you do very powerful summons. So naturally, in an RPG where we want to fight as little things as possible, it's important to power yourself up as quickly as possible to still keep up with things. And yeah, the way we do that in this game is purely by Djinn. We pretty much don't care about level ups at all. And yeah, so we need
you'll see.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. But yeah, like I said, we've crammed a lot of tech into this. Like, this route only exists because of all the little incremental discoveries that were found. It's kind of a miracle that all of this stuff works, but there's just enough stuff so that this all works. Kind of before this route became popular, there was kind of like 3 routes that were kind of weighing up. Let me just take all of Reef's armor off him real quick, because we're gonna die. There's no Sanctum warping in these games. Sanctum warping in the GBA games basically allowed you to return to the last visited Sanctum. Oh, pixies, this is good. But in this game, they got rid of that feature, so the only way you can travel quickly between areas is dying. So a huge part of going fast in this game is getting lucky with your death RNG.
And then your character dodges
which so far,
and you're just very sad.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, we need to get back to Lookout Cabin, because unfortunately we can't fully skip that area yet. We need to get Tyrell, and the only way to get Tyrell is to finish all the events in Lookout Cabin, and finish Tanglewood. So yeah, we had to get back there, but now we have our 3rd character, which we're not supposed to have in here. And we're currently at 1 HP, and that's okay. There's only 3 scripted encounters that we're going to take. Actually, there's only 2 that we're going to take. And And we can kill those before they can kill us, unless they catch us by surprise. Like a lot of JRPGs, there's a mechanic where you can catch the enemy by surprise and you get a free turn on them.
No,
But
for
also
this,
the opposites. So if the enemy catches us by surprise, Matthew's dead and we get warped back to the bed. Not the end of the world, but unfortunate.
no, so there's kind of two schools of thought. One school of thought is to stay on 1 HP and clear these encounters with some summons. My school of thought is let's just heal and run away from everything, because then you never risk getting caught by surprise and having runs lost.
True.
I lost more runs than anybody else in the community to caught by surprise, so I'm kind of traumatized by it.
Yeah, well, we say that a lot in the Golden Sun community, where your own experiences with the runs, where stuff might go wrong a lot in one area, kind of changes which strats people gravitate to. But yeah, if you were to kill these encounters, the first encounter would be using the Mercury summon, and the second one would be using the Venus summon. And that would just end the encounter. So here we're doing another minute clip. This one's interesting because if we were to proceed to the right, we got our first Synergy tutorial. So Synergy is a way you can attack in battle. They're basically magical attacks. But they're also, as you can see right now, a way to interact with the world. So here we have Move, where you can move pillars, and that'll let us jump across them. Move is not usable in battle, but some are usable both in the world and in battle, and we'll see some of those later.
Yeah, so that Synergy tutorial where they teach you how to use Move actually takes quite a long time. So that skip there saves like 10 seconds or something, even though it was really, really painfully slow. And this is where we get to learn all about Jin and how they work. Flint gives the same tutorial in the GBA games. Flint's tutorial in the GBA games isn't that great. In this game, oh, it's adorable. It's so good. Shoutouts to Flint for self-improvement over the last 30 years. I also really like how Dark Dawn did this. Like, they actually give you a lot of Jin to play with, and you can experiment with high-level summons without really even starting the game yet, just to really get you familiar with the combat system and stuff. It's quite nice.
Yeah, so at the end of the GBA games, you would probably have quite a number of Jin on you, and lore-wise, a lot of them are still with Isaac and Garrett. Not all of them. Some of the Jin that we get in those first two games are now back in the wild. We'll pick up some of those later, but of course, trusty old Flint is still with Isaac. He's got Quartz, he's got Ground and Granite, very important Jin in the first game. And he shares some of those Jin with Matthew and Karis here. And that's because this is a dangerous area, and, you know, Jin help you survive, they help you attack. And, yeah, basically just being taught how they work, because they're going to aid our adepts here in the future of their journey.
It's quite interesting that even though you're not meant to have Reef at this point of the game is quite happy to have him in party. So it will just automatically make him defend, which is nice. Do note here they're telling us we shouldn't be stacking Jin on one person. We need to distribute Jin evenly. The game is blatantly not listening to its own rules, because currently Reef has 1 Jin on him, while Matthew and Karis each have 3. Very important, actually. So what Valve is just saying is that they do give us some Jin to play with. Some of the classics from the GBA games, including the absolutely broken and very chunky boy Ground, which is extremely powerful. Ground basically takes away an enemy action, and Granite, another Jin that comes with them, halves all damage that we take. They're very, very, very powerful, and quite rightly restricted to the tutorial. Unless you bring somebody to steal the Jin from the tutorial sequence, and that's exactly why we went and got Reef. We're going to use Reef to basically heist the Jin.
Yes. So the way this works is, for the entirety of Tanglewood, you get these Jin borrowed to you, and as soon as you rescue Terrell, because that's our goal right now, the game does a check on Matthew and Karis. If person has Sap, take it away. If person has Ground, take it away. It does that for all 6 of the tutorial Jin. They don't check for Reef though, so every Jinny that we store on Reef doesn't get checked and doesn't get taken away. So the ones we want to keep permanently, we put on Reef. So that'll be an easy way to just steal a bunch of them. And because we also have Flint already from going into the overworld, we can store an extra Ginny on Reef. Because normally Flint is supposed to be on Isaac, and Flint is actually still on Isaac. If you try to use Flint and Isaac tries to use Flint, one of the two actions will fail. It's like really interesting.
Yeah, it's the game only checks for the Djinn they give you. They don't actually give you. It doesn't actually check to see if there's any other Djinn on there. Why did I reset? Oh well, that's fine. Force of habit. So what I need to do in this part of the game, at least, is that we need to keep Reef until the end of the dungeon. The reason why we need to keep Reef until the end of the dungeon is so that we can actually do this thief thing. Now the problem is if we ever get in a battle, Isaac and Garrett will join us in battle, and if that happens, well, they overwrite Reef, and if they overwrite Reef, we lose them, and that would be, well, rather non-conducive. That is awful RNG. Fantastic. That's why I saved.
Yeah, so this game has quite a number of early game resets. There's a Death Warp that we saw before that can just not cooperate. And I would say this is another major part. You can either play it safe and do a save and quit very often, because with every save and quit, your steps towards getting your next encounter are reset to 0. But in this room, it's usually not necessary, because with every room transition, so every time you enter a different room, screen fades to black, your steps are set back to 0. And in a lot of cases, that's enough to just barely get encounters when you run through a dungeon. But if you're in a long room, we'll usually do some save and quits in between, because that is also a way to reload the map, which then sets your steps back to 0.
Yeah, and the fact that we got an encounter in the very first room of the game is not boding well for my RNG in this run. So,
your rate varies.
Fingers crossed.
Or your rate determines how quickly your steps add up to beat a number where it decides, okay, this is where you get the encounter, which is at like value FF, whatever. So it can tick up either very, very slowly or like super quickly, and you get an encounter in about 2 steps. So that's one of the more random parts about this game.
Yeah, so for record attempts...
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think I've got something that might give your RNG a little boost.
Let's go.
It's donations. We've got a few to kick off the marathon here. We've got $50 from Zephyr. He says, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And that $50 went towards both of the incentives that we have going for this game right now. For those of you in chat that aren't aware, we have 2 open incentives for this Golden Sun Dark Dawn. We have an Epilogue Showcase, and we also have the Rainbow Screen incentive. I'll let Plexa actually explain what those are. But yeah, we have those open right now, and we are trying to raise money towards getting those to happen. The Epilogue Showcase has a $1,000 donation incentive. What's the word I'm looking for? Goal. That's the word. Goal. And the Rainbow Screen one has a $500 goal. So get those donations in. Back to you, Plexa.
Yeah. Look, they're both really cool incentives. The Rainbow Screen is just glorious. I think that's the only way to really describe it.
Yeah, I would say so.
Feel the rainbow. And the Epilogue Showcase will show you some of the things that, well, we can do that you won't have done in your casual playthrough. We're also through all the encounters in this area, so that's fantastic.
An entire room or just part of a room. So in this entire area, there's just no encounters anywhere. But in that previous room where we had those vines that we walked across and jumped across, in the middle, there's like a square in the middle of that room where there's no encounters, but on the outer ring there are encounters, which is also part of kind of learning how the game works and knowing where you can take a risk and just keep walking, or you do another save and quit to be safe.
Right. As much as Ground is a friend, we have one other friend that is, well, my best friend. My friend Moloch. And we're about to go meet Moloch for the first time.
Absolutely not.
And I'm kind of making it seem like this is something that is intended, and it is very much not intended. Alright.
Alright, so here you'll sometimes see a glimpse of a white Ginny, and you'll see Jin disappear. Don't worry, they're not actually gone. There they are. You want to talk about your son, Plexa?
I do. I love Moloch to pieces. So what we did is we just overwrote a bunch of Jin with Moloch. Moloch is a summon in this game. The summons are what happens when you have lots of Jin and they lots of Jin on standby, that is, and then you can summon them to great effect. And we'll see a lot of summons in this game. We won't see Moloch. But the fact that there's this Jin called Moloch is kind of conspicuous. Basically, it's a glitch Jin. Once you get past the normal index of Jin, you start getting into Jin that are like hybrid Jinny that don't make any sense, and Jin that are named after summons. It just so happens that Moloch is one of them. What I did there is that as I was swapping my Jin around, if you do it with the stylus from an empty location, when you jam the stylus back into the screen, the game tries to pick up where the stylus was in the last time it was on the screen, which is an empty spot. So it picks up this empty spot, assuming it's a Jin, and then you basically yank the stop code, which is FF, out of the Jin index. So you're pulling this like stop code and interpreting it as a Jin, and that Jin happens to be Moloch. Moloch is incredible. Moloch just makes this work. Moloch can't be used in battle. If you try to summon it as a Jupiter Jin, and in the Jupiter summon, that is, sorry, it will crash the game. But why it's so powerful is it gives you a boatload of stats. It gives you stats that are comparable to like comparable and exceeding the equipment from the end of the game. It gives you 94 agility, which is twice as much as the next piece of equipment, 30 defense, a bunch of HP, 70 HP I think it is, and yeah, it basically makes us immortal. We just do a quick clip there. Clip off that flower using the geometry again. It's one of the fast minute clips that skips fighting a boss, so we're able to keep brief and all good. And that for us gets us through this tutorial section. But yeah, Moloch is amazing.
Moloch is amazing. If you remember what I described about how the game checks which Jin to take away from you, so it checks for sap and ground and granite and all that stuff. It doesn't check for Moloch, so we can keep 3 Molochs in theory on everybody, and yeah, steal all of them.
And it's all good. So this whole sequence with Wreath and stealing Jin nets us 7 Jin in total, and we're just leaving the tutorial area. So we are ridiculously overpowered right now. Moloch basically makes us invincible. We're level 1, but we're going to have over 100 HP. You're supposed to have like 30. We're going to have amazing defense, so things are just going to do 1 damage to us. It's just incredible how much power we're afforded from this. And we have the strongest tier 4 Venus summon available in Judgment, which we will use all over the place to clear encounters. It's really just quite amazing. And now I gotta shout out Legrand here, because Legrand is one of the best runners of this game. And he's been on multiple ESAs before, running other Golden Sun titles. He's an absolute legend of the community, a legend of the speedrun, RPG speedrun community more generally. Anyway, his menuing is really good. So the story of how Moloch was found was basically me trying to be as good as Legrand. And he does this really fancy stylus menuing stuff that I cannot even dream of being that good at it. But there's one day I said to my wife, hey, I'm gonna come hang with you on the couch. I'm just gonna practice my menuing on my DS, and we'll just chill on the couch together and have a good time. Don't worry, I'm not gonna run anywhere. It's just chill out together. And here I am practicing my stylus menuing, trying to get as good as Legrand, and then, oops, I just accidentally made a Moloch. What is this thing? Why is it called Moloch? How did I do this? And then I just kind of like started screaming, and my wife looked at me like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, this is amazing. I gotta go tell everybody. And she's like, I thought we just agreed to like watch this movie. I'm like, Moloch. Anyway, so I ran away to Discord, and we started screaming about how there was this crazy thing that was happening. And before you know it, we worked out how to reproduce it and just realized the enormous power that Moloch affords us. And yeah. Thank you, my wonderful wife, for understanding.
Yeah, so basically, because
Tutorial
finally
over.
Belonged to Ivan, who, by the way, is Karis' father, and Karis, in case you haven't picked up yet, is the girl with the green hair. Terrell destroyed it, so it's up to him to replace it. And naturally, Terrell is very irresponsible, as we've already seen. So we need to send Matthew along to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, burn anyone's house down, anything like that. And then Karis basically comes in like, but they're just kids, you can't send them out alone. And then they decide, oh yeah, Karis, you should join them too. Basically. Yeah. Oh, there's this wonderful scene in...
To be fair, she is the voice of reason.
There's this wonderful scene in Patrick's
So we've... That's okay. I was just gonna say, we're about to head into the overworld, and we've already been in the overworld once before, and you've seen that we can basically go anywhere, or at least clip out of bounds and do funky stuff. So we're supposed to go through more tutorial stuff to teach us about our powers and stuff, but we're not going to do any of that. We're just going to clip to the next important location, which will be Conper Ruins. So you can tell your story while I kind of
and
clip
that's
over
where
there.
we learned that Terrell once pretty much burned down a house. And he was about to do it again until Karis shoves him onto the ground, as he deserves. It's a wonderful scene that we sadly don't see anymore. But there's also the Psynergy training grounds, where you're being taught how to use your Psynergy. And it does that in a pretty cute way. Like, it retells the story of the first two games. And like, it has you throw fireballs at like just a poster of threat to visualize you going through Kalima Forest and beating him and all that stuff. It's very cute, but it's also very lengthy. So in that sense, it's great that we get to skip it.
No, that's not right. No, this is right. I've got things swapped around the wrong way. That's okay.
Yeah, so when you're menuing with Moloch in your party, you have to be very careful. Because there can exist such a thing as a phantom or a ghost Moloch. If a person has a Moloch and one less Jinn than another member of the party, sometimes it'll look like there's another Moloch in their final slot. But that's actually like this remnant active but like empty slot. And when you try to put a Jinny in that slot, it becomes a Moloch. And sometimes that's useful for quickly creating a Moloch. And then sometimes that's not what you want, and you would end up losing a Jinny. And if you send a Moloch into that fake Moloch spot, it just disappears. It's gone. And you would actually go -1 on your total Jinn counts.
Well, we just did a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Now it's time to catch our breath, as we have a very boring dungeon. Since the minute clips require acute angles, we really like dungeons that have got like nooks and crags and rocks and things like that. This dungeon, unfortunately, is very, very, very square. We're just going to run away from everything. You can see Moloch's power. We have one Moloch on Matthew at the moment. You can see he's got 137 HP. It's kind of ridiculous. We're just going to run away from everything and just go through this dungeon as fast as possible. It's not going to be very exciting. So it's a good opportunity to catch up on tech and story and donations, of course.
I heard the word donations. I think the chat heard the word donations earlier too. We've got $5 in from our very own Popiter. He says, "Hello, ESA. This is a test." But no, this isn't a test. It's the pre-show. And we've got even more coming in. We've got a $50 donation from an anonymous donor. Thank you very much for your generosity as well. Just to remind everybody what we're here to do, we're raising money for Save the Children. They work with youth, their families, and their communities to make sure that young people's health needs get met. And you can help to give children a future by donating during this event. Also, keep in mind that we have a ton of prizes to give away over the next week. If you head on over to prizes.esamarathon.com, you can see everything that we have on offer. We've got a couple PS5s, we've got a couple Nintendo Switches, we've got a handful of RetroTink 5Xs, and a ton of other stuff. So go check that out, get those donations in. We will be here all week raising money for Alzheimer's Fondant and Save the Children. Cheers.
Yeah, please do get your donations in. Like this run, we're going to have quite a bit of downtime once we get into some of the more lengthy cutscene segments, and I personally would prefer listening to donations being read than us trying to come up with things to talk about during the downtime. So please,
for now,
do me a favor.
For now, we still got plenty of stuff to talk about, such as the bridge clip that just happened. So
That's true, we do.
We don't exactly understand why bridge clips work the way they do, but they're always performed in almost the same way, just at a different angle. So you wedge yourself into one of the corners of the bridge, and some corners work better than other corners. And then you tap in, like, if you're in the bottom left corner of a bridge that goes left to right, you'll wedge yourself in there, and then you'll tap to the right and like slightly up from where you are, like from where the bridge goes, and that'll usually kind of make Matthew turn around, and just some weird collision thing makes him then shift like down right and off the bridge. And the nice thing about being off of the bridge on a river, for example, is that everywhere that the game doesn't expect you to go, there's pretty much no walls. So once you're on a river, you can casually walk onto the mountain, as you can see. You essentially have free reign as long as there's no intended terrain in your path. And even if there is, there's probably another bridge you can clip off of. It all started off with one miracle bridge, as we like to call it. But since then, there have been clips found on pretty much every bridge in the game. So pretty much anywhere you are, you can probably get out of bounds.
Yeah, and bridge clips are really incredible because, casually speaking, Dark Dawn is kind of panned by the community because it has points of no return. So basically points in the game where you cannot go back. So if you miss a djinn or something, or a summon, you can't go back and get it. And, well, people who play RPGs like to be able to do everything. They like to be able to collect everything. And people were quite surprised to learn that this game had points of no return, seeing as they weren't in the GBA games at all. With bridge clips, basically points of no return are a suggestion. We've already kind of illustrated that by collecting Reef. That should be a point of no return right there. We are not allowed to get back to the earlier parts of the game, but very clearly we already have. And we're basically just going to pay no attention at all to what the game says we should be doing.
Yeah, exactly. So there's only so much we can do to get right to the end of the game and just finish it right there, because there's a lot of item-based progression and like synergy-based progression. And there's a lot of just chains. There's a chain where you need to get one thing to get up synergy to let you get up a mountain to beat a boss, to get another item, to get into a dungeon where you can then proceed. And a lot of times we're just looking for one of those chain links to break, and that would just be huge. Like at this point there's just a couple of links left that we would really like to break, but we'll get back to some of those later.
One of them involves Terrell.
Yep. Yeah, I mentioned before.
This game has really slippery columns. I'm probably gonna fall. I'm gonna try to push them. I'm gonna like squiggle around it instead all the time. Something about Golden Sun and rounded collision is just a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing in all the games. And movement in general, I find to be a bit more slippery, a bit harder to control in this game compared to the GBA games. So yeah, it's not easy to have optimal movement in this game. But yeah, Tyrell is needed because we need someone to be able to cast Crush, which is a later synergy that we get. And if we didn't need that, I think that's pretty much the only requirement we have to get Tyrell at all, except for the fact that we get Tyrell when we do our Djinn Heist. So if we find Tyrell skip, Djinn Heist might be off the menu again, or might take a different form.
Who knows? Who knows?
There's a lot of depth to this game and like all the different tech and all the different routes.
We did just go out of our way to pick up one item, the Elven Shirt. Elven Shirt returns from the Golden Sun 1. Elven Shirt is a very, very good piece of equipment. It gives you 50% bonus agility and some defense, but I genuinely couldn't tell you what that is because we don't care. Defense just is not a very useful stat in these games. Defense really only applies to physical abilities, which is like less than half of all the moves available in the game. So it's kind of like a trap. Anyway. I do want people to die, by the way. Basically, the only reason we come to this dungeon is to get Grip. Grip is unfortunately very much required to finish the game, but we don't need to do anything else yet. So we're basically progressing through this dungeon as much as we need to be able to get Grip, and then we will, well, surprise, surprise, die to Death Warp. We're going to do a lot of Death Warping in the early parts of this game. The whole early part of this game is basically spent powering up and collecting kind of the necessary things for progression, and then we'll dive straight into a boss rush kind of block.
Yeah, so this dungeon, on top of being very square, which we dislike, it also has generic dungeon theme number 1, which is one of the worst songs in the series. And unfortunately, it's used in, yeah, quite a number of dungeons.
Yeah, look, Motoi Sakuraba is the composer for the Golden Sun series, and he has done some amazing stuff, and there are some great tracks in Dark Dawn. This is just not one of them. Like, if we're going to hear some fantastic music today, just
sure.
please, it's going to be great. Like, there's fantastic music just around the corner, in fact. But yeah, generic dungeon theme number 1 is just not it, guys. It's not it. But that's okay. We only have to put up with it for a little bit longer. In fact, there's less generic dungeon number 1 theme
yes.
in this route than there were in previous routes, which is a big
There's a
win,
couple
I
of
think.
different battle themes. There's like different boss themes. There's actually a lot of variety in music. But for some reason, they decide to reuse this one song quite a lot. And unfortunately, it's also right at the start of the game. When I first tried casually playing through this game, I didn't get much further than this. So I didn't get to hear a lot of the better music. I mostly just remembered this song in particular being terrible. It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah. If you haven't picked up already, Dark Dawn is quite polarizing in the Golden Sun community. Like, a lot of us really love this game, though. Like, I'm one of those people. And as much as we may rag on it, like, at its core and at the spirit of this game is very much a Golden Sun game, and that's why we enjoy it so much. There are just some bits of it that we all think, you know, if they'd just done this or just done that, it would have been, you know, as revered as it is, as the Golden Sun GBA games are. So, you know, this game's got a lot going for it. It's a shame that the wider community doesn't always see it, but that's okay. Hopefully, like, the stuff that we do in the speedrun really solves a lot of the complaints of a casual playthrough. Like I've already mentioned, it kind of gets rid of points of no return, which is already something that people dislike. It dramatically ramps up the difficulty of the game if you want it to. You don't have to necessarily steal Jin or get overpowered characters or anything like that. So I think this is really cool, honestly. I kind of joke that, like, the advent of all these glitches in Dark Dawn has kind of created a fourth
really
Golden Sun for us, because it's just so different to what this run used to be.
We basically just took a lot of encounters. You had to know how to clear encounters optimally. We basically didn't save and quit anywhere to skip encounters. Like, everything we would just fight. You need to know how to fight it. We did everything in order. We had a pretty linear progression of, like, power increase. And yeah, now all that's just out of the window. And at the start of the game, we're very tanky thanks to Moloch. But towards the end of the game, that kind of falls off again. We can definitely, especially on the final boss, it's quite scary. We can die.
Yeah. The final boss is like, the entire route is devised around the final boss, and we'll talk a lot about that final boss. But yeah, we're far away from that at the moment. Right now, we've finally got the grip crystal, so we've kind of completed what we set out to do. We've got the grip crystal. We will get out of this room, which annoyingly gives us a quick mini tutorial on grip, and then we will promptly die as quickly as possible.
Grip is one of the most essential synergy in this game. It's used in almost every dungeon. There's no way we'll ever skip it. So ideally what we want is to be able to get up here early. But yeah, sadly there's no clips at all that have been found inside of this dungeon. There's clips that are possible in the cave part of this dungeon. But we don't go there. And that's actually an interesting area, because that used to be where the first mini-boss, or like I guess the second mini-boss was, and it was a pretty big run killer. It's the Stealthy Scouts, and it's actually a very dangerous fight. and now we just don't see.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying because there is a pathway from the first room of this dungeon to this area. Skeletons, perfect. Skeletons are the best thing to death whip on, by the way.
Heck yeah.
As you can see. But yeah, we can't access that door at all. So yeah, we have to go through all of that just for this.
Sometimes you can get
well,
zombies in
it's
this
fine. We got a
encounter,
quick death
and they'll
whip, so
just
it's all
keep
gonna be
wanting
fine.
to summon
Yay,
allies
skeletons.
and then also not do damage to you. It's terrible.
And spiders, we'll use spiderweb. It's just kind of... Alright, now we are on our mountain climbing adventure again. You want to talk about Sun Saga cancelling really quickly for me, Val?
Another little... Which one? Yes, I would love to talk about Sun Saga cancelling. So that was found about 2 weeks after initially breaking the game. We knew about saving and quitting, resetting your encounter steps. And I figured, okay, when you save and quit, it completely reloads the world map. What do we have that also achieves such an effect? So I figured, okay, maybe we can check out the status screen, because both screens don't show the world map. And that didn't work. And I was just going through all the key items that are in the game. And I was like, okay, what could be useful here? And then I saw the Sun Saga. And I was like, oh yeah, those are pretty cool. Because when you open the Sun Saga, it tells the story of the first 2 games. And it does that in a cute little animation. And apparently, in order to play that animation, they just unload the world map for a moment. And that also just happened. We'll get back to that. Yeah, it just reloads the world map just as a save and quit would, just as a room transition would. And yeah, you go in fresh and you get 0 encounter steps.
The moral of the story is that lore repels monsters. So tell a friend, read the lore, keep the monsters away.
And
just gonna get a new
we're
friend
pretty
here.
lucky that there's one right at the start of the game. There are 5 books in total. And I guess there will be easy alternatives, but it's so nice that you can get one like literally.
Right, now we're going to do a huge sequence break. Hello? There we go.
Yeah, some clips are more finicky than others.
Welcome to Lonely Isle. Lonely Island is one of the end-game dungeons, but fortunately there are no encounters in this dungeon for whatever reason. Normally you're supposed to have all 8 characters when you enter here. That piece of armor we just picked up is like an end-game piece of armor. It gives you like a lot of defense. We won't be equipping it. You'll see what we'll do with it in a moment. And yeah, fortunately the way you can get through to this final puzzle here only requires grip. As we said, grip is like very, very, very used all over the place, so we can't get away from it. But between grip and, one of our favorite little minute clips, we can basically get through this dungeon without needing to do anything. I'm just going to set up for this minute clip.
Yeah, so
and yeah, this is going to allow us to...
that you have to do here. So the first step is like, you need slap. You need to slap the nose of the statue, which, by the way, amazing. I love that. And then it'll turn around to show a different emotion. And I think initially it's like angry, so then a flame comes on and you have to douse it, which we would be able to do. So you douse the flame, slap it again, and then it turns to, I think, like sad. Long story short, you need various synergy that we just don't have. But thankfully, we can minute clip. This is an acute angle with the rock to the face. This is slightly more tricky than the minute clips we've seen so far, in the sense that the camera doesn't move. So you don't see the entire map shifting pixel by pixel to tell how fast you're moving or if you're moving at all. So you kind of just have to watch Matthew himself very closely and just know where on the wall texture you need to hold.
So our reward here is a piece of the Umbra Gear. The Umbra Gear is basically the in-game lock. If we don't get all 5 pieces of the Umbra gear, we can't access the final area of the game, meaning we can't complete the game. So those are never going away, and a lot of the routing is around how do we get these pieces of Umbra gear as quickly as possible. And it just so happens this one's like right here. It's a very convenient little clip that takes us over to Lonely Isle, and so we just get it before we do anything really. And a quick little death warp, and we end up back in Calcho, which is intended to be kind of like the second or third place you visit in this sequence, or second place actually. It's home to the Uroboros, which is the third of 3 alchemy machines, which we need to activate as part of a quest that we haven't been given yet. Right now, we're not intended to be able to get in there. We're supposed to go through these doors up ahead and get slammed down into the Uroboros by King Woe. We're actually going to use this back entrance. This back entrance is entirely not coded to work, and casually you may have run into this and be like, damn, why don't these doors work? Well, we can just do this little trick here and get into the Uroboros this way. So
yeah, this is a very interesting variation of minute clipping, where it's not just like a linear slide and then you're through. You kind of slide until like halfway, and then you need to tap in a very specific spot to make Matthew turn around, also in a very particular way, and somehow that, I guess, collision sees that, oh, there's a wall below you, so we need to send you up. And this was found by Regnatrace. Very, very important piece of tech.
Yeah, so we've basically sequence broken into the last dungeon in this block of the game. So this block of the game kind of is rounded out by killing the Ice Queen. And this is like the last dungeon right before the Ice Queen. So we've kind of sequence broken here just to kind of optimize our overworld movement and whatnot, but the encounters in here are extremely high leveled. We have absolutely no chance of killing them. We are level 1, and so we're basically going to save crawl through here. This room is notorious. It is the worst room in the entire game. It has at least 4 times the encounter rate of anywhere else in the game. That's why I'm basically saving every couple of steps, because we're going to get encounters. So this is how we get through this part of the game. We're just going to save, reset, save, skim our way all the way through it. There's only like 3 or 4 rooms that have encounters, so it's not that bad. But this is kind of like the only really bad bit. This particular room, we call it the Horseshoe Room, because if you look in the other screen, it looks like a horseshoe a little bit. But yeah, this place is awful.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the GBA games Maniptrons. I believe, especially Golden Sun 1, I remember you kind of just save and quit your way through Venus Lighthouse. But there it kind of makes sense, because that's, the endgame dungeon. This is supposed to be just some mid-tier dungeon, but we're at level 1. We could heal up and try to run away from everything, but then you also have a death warping issues later on, and all in all,
yeah, we do this in a couple places actually. So this whole stay at 1 HP to optimize death warps rears its head again. But yeah, this part of the game, intended to be the last dungeon, or last of the alchemy machines that we do. We actually do it first, so that's kind of fun. Like I said, we kind of do nothing, and yeah, that was Vortex. We don't get Vortex anymore. RIP.
Let me say hi and goodbye.
That's okay. Yeah, I was thinking that room's kind of bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of thinking that goes into which Jin to get, and it used to be pretty straightforward. We had to get like 40 Jin to be able to do the Chaos Chimera strat, and we would just, spend upwards of a minute or a minute 20 even to get particular Jin to make sure we're strong enough to beat the game, back when it wasn't broken. And through optimization and rerouting, and more optimization and competitive routes, trying to beat each other out, we pretty much figured out that, yeah, actually we don't need like 40 Jin. We barely need like, low 30s. And
it's 33 now. Yeah, this route is really interesting in the way that it does Jin, and was like very like eye-opening when people first saw it. I was very proud when I came up with like the Jin strat here. We'll talk about it later on. But up until this route, people were getting 34 Jin and calling it a day. 34 Jin, and a summon calls Eclipse, which is extremely powerful. We get 33 Jin, and we don't get Eclipse through some very, very, very clever use of Jin, which will come into effect in about an hour's time, I think. But we've just activated the Uroboros alchemy machine, which again is supposed to be the last one that we do, but we've done it first. So we're going to go up and get the Soul Mask, which is the grand objective in reaching the Uroboros. The Soul Mask, we don't know why we need it yet, so we're just kind of doing this because we know we need to do it. Normally we would know because we've got a quest, but you know, we don't have one. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm kind of
got the Soul Mask, yay. If we try and leave this place normally, we will actually softlock the game and be unable to finish it. So the only way we can get out of here without softlocking us is, well, you guessed it, we're gonna die. Well, we're gonna attack first, fantastic.
Ah, the classic. When you want to die, you just get an attacks first, and the enemy doesn't get an entire turn. It's wonderful. See, this is what I meant about zombies before. They're terrible.
There we go.
Like, they're not weak, they just don't want to attack you.
Yeah. So remember that really good piece of late game equipment that we picked up? We're gonna sell it. It sells for a whopping 10,000 coins, and the reason we need this money is because, well, every time we die, we lose half of our money. And to revive people, we need to spend a coin at the old sanctum. So the easiest way to have enough coin to revive at the sanctum is to sell that giant piece of equipment. The stats, again, mean nothing for us. All our power is coming from Jin. It's purely just for the money. So this isn't what you're supposed to do when you first enter Caltro. You're supposed to come in here and be introduced to Chalice. This is Chalice, the pink-haired lady. She is the other grand antagonist alongside Blados. And you're supposed to learn a little bit about what's going on here in the political region of AJ, which is the region we're currently in. Anyway, we're not going to know anything about that. But the important reason why we come into this cutscene is we get Woe's letter. Woe's letter is needed to gain access to Ayutthaya, which is the kind of the major town in this part of the game, I'd say. We'll get there in a moment. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the same dudes that kind of we saw way earlier on in the game once we got Reef, and yeah. Turns out Chalice is in cahoots with Blados. Oh no. And we're all confused. The lore of this part of this game is really poorly explained, but Blados and Chalice, who are again the antagonists, they are corralling us into doing their bidding without us realizing it. The reason why we have to do it and not them is because we got that book in Compa Ruins. It's called the Glyph Book. It allows Matthew to read glyphs. Apparently, this is the plot reason that allows Matthew to turn on all the alchemy machines and things like that. So, Blados and Chalice can't do this because they can't read glyphs, so they have to act through us in proxy to get things to happen. So, that's why they're not killing us, and they're just making us do stuff for them. Although, by what's about to happen, you may think they are trying to kill us because we're about to get plunged into the meat grinder. We have done this dungeon out of order. This is supposed to be the first thing you do in the Uroboros, and it's supposed to be non-activated when you do this bit. But seeing as we've activated the Uroboros, we get this very funny interaction that's about to come up.
Yeah, sometimes sequence breaking can lead to some very, very funny situations.
Oh, there are many funny situations.
Hey, speaking of your funny situations, wanted to remind people about the rainbow screen. You know, if you get $500 in, we will put on that rainbow screen incentive. We also have the Epilogue Showcase that we still need to meet. We're only at $30 out of the 1,000 that we need, and you've got roundabouts 3 hours to make that incentive. So get those donations in. Thanks, everyone.
And look, we are about to hit a 14.5-minute cutscene gauntlet. I would very much like to not be talking during that sequence, so we'd love to see some donations to read out during that bit. Be great.
Do it for Plexa.
Do it for me.
Hashtag do it for
Save
Plexa.
me.
Let's go.
Anyway, we're about to get plunged into the meat grinder, so
I mean, even if the meat grinder
none of the
wasn't
stuff should be activated right now, but
dropping you
it
this
is.
far,
So
you would say they're trying to kill you.
our favorite room. Yeah, we should be dead.
Face first in the blades.
Yeah. This is supposed to be non-activated, and we like very conveniently fall on the hands of this fan. Yeah, don't know why that happened. Anyway, we are done here now. We've got all the things we need. We could just leave normally at this point, but it is far more efficient to, you guessed it, die. Very much the theme of this part of the game. Go ahead.
Yep. It's actually so interesting. Like in the first two games, you have to revive yourself at the Sanctum as well, so you already have to pay money to revive yourself after dying. But they were like, no, that's not enough. We also have to take half of your money. Which, by the way, it took us a long time to even realize that. It's kind of funny. Like, I remember, or at least it took a long time for me to realize it. I remember Folger mentioned
Yeah.
it, and I was just like, since when is this a thing? What? It's like a double punishment, because if you lose all your money by dying, then you can't even revive anyone. And then they still keep taking your money.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's not a feature in the GBA games, although Bowie, another fantastic member of this community, someone you'll see later this week doing Deedlit, he was like, oh yeah, Camelot did this in Shining something or other. Sorry, Bowie, I don't remember. Shining in the Darkness, Shining the Holy Ark, I don't know, one of those games.
Yeah, be sure to check out the rest of the schedule. Like, I've been looking at it, and I'm so hyped for the runs this weekend. It's gonna be great. Alright, so once again, just making our way onto the river. But this time not to skip to one of the more endgame dungeons. No, we kind of just cross over, because we don't want to walk like 10 extra steps. So this right
So
here
this is Ginny that you found on the world map. So every so often you can find Jin on the world map. This is like the first fight we're actually taking. We're going to get a lot of levels. I hope you like this theme, because we're going to hear a lot of it through this run. And yeah, so we basically pop over, blow it up with Judgment, the tier 4 Venus summon. Extremely powerful, by the way. We're not intended to have that right now. And we basically one-shot it. And Judgment will basically carry this part of the run. We're going to use it anytime we need to fight anything. Anyway, we are on our way to Passage. We're going to do some more Sun Saga cancels. Good fun.
Yeah. Oh, I guess one thing we haven't addressed yet. So Sun Saga canceling, we did mention that it resets your encounter steps. What we didn't mention, I believe, is that you can't read the lore inside of a dungeon. If you try to open the Sun Saga while you're in a dungeon where you would normally be able to get encounters, it will just say, Matthew, there's no time for that. And it doesn't let you do it. So that's why we need to save and quit instead of just Sun Saga canceling everywhere. That was a bit of a disappointing part of the discovery, but hey, it was still massive. Still, being able to reset your steps on the fly on the overworld is massive.
Speaking of good themes, this is a great theme.
Definitely. I have to say, battle theme is also fantastic, in my opinion.
Why don't I have Judgment?
I don't enjoy Judgment.
Oh, I know I don't have Judgment.
Yeah, so the way this summon system works is you have your Jin, and by default they are set, which means they're giving you stats and they are affecting your classes. They're also usable, so Sap, as we saw in the tutorial, launches towards the enemy, does your normal attack damage plus a bit extra, and also saps a part of their HP. After using a Jinny, it goes into standby, in which case it no longer is giving you stat benefits or is affecting your classes, but you can summon it. And when you see this red outline around the Jinny, you can tell that it's standby. And a lot of the time, because summons are so powerful, we just manually set Jinny on standby because we can do that. And yeah, we just stand by all the Jinny that we need, and then we use our summons. So there's different tiers of it. Tier 1 would be, a summon that takes 1 Jinny, Tier 2 takes 2. So you have Venus as the weakest summon, then you have Ramses that uses up 2 Jinny, the Tier 2 summon, then you've got Sabel, our good old Time Lossosaurus from Golden Sun 1, although it's not as bad in this game. And then the highest tier, by default, is Tier 4, which is Judgment. And sometimes I'm sad that we can skip the animations because they're so freaking cool. Maybe we can show one like right at the end of the run, we'll see. But yeah, basically Judgment is this winged deity in armor shooting a giant energy ball at the earth, and just not even the ball itself hitting the enemy, but rather the explosion that expands over the entire world hitting the enemy. It's ridiculous. So here we have our good buddy Bark. Bark used to be pretty essential to the route because it was our first protective gym. When you use Bark, I always get them mixed up. You take 50% less damage that turn?
50%, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's what we would use to survive a lot of bosses. But now we have Granite right from the start, which is also 50% damage reduction, if I'm not mistaken, or is it 60?
Yeah. Granite and Bark are identical, although Granite is not supposed to be accessible at this point of the game. Bark is supposed to be the replacement gen.
Yeah, and then of course we have Ground, which completely lets the enemy not take an action, which usually is the first thing we want to do. But yeah, now Bark is kind of just another Venus Ginny. Is it used at all? Maybe in the Chaos Chimera strat?
Bark?
I don't remember.
Bark gets used quite... Yeah, Bark gets used all over the place.
Oh, okay.
It's really unlucky to get this encounter, by the way. You have like 50-50 odds at least to skip it, but getting it that early is very rude of the game. That's what happens when you get really bad rate. I shouldn't get another encounter, but... Alright, we didn't.
Nice.
That's good. Anyway, the cutscene Gauntlet awaits us. I very much hope we have some donations. How are we doing?
Hook us up.
Well, we do have $50 coming in from Karaska, or Karaska. They say that they've been looking forward to ESA for months, and I'm seeing a lot of great games in the schedule that I'm very excited for. Really cool to see the event happen in person again with some additional online runs as well. Can't wait for Naro's Toho game runs, and good luck to all the runners. Here's to a week of fast runs and great games. Thank you so much for that donation. That $50 went towards the Rainbow Screen incentive, so thank you for that. We are now at $75 out of the $500 we need to make that happen.
Wonderful.
Yeah, you want to see that. It's very colorful.
Yeah, it's great. So this is like a major point of story exhibition in this game. This is kind of where you're starting to realize how big your journey really is, because again, we just need to get that feather to repair the Sora Wing, but for that we need to cross over the Kirin region, and to get there we need to activate this this machine that we're standing on right now, and it kind of just becomes this big ordeal, and yeah, a lot of exhibition. This is also where, if we didn't pick up Reef before, which in theory we could do, we don't have to get him before now. If you just go straight to here, Reef gets added to your party for free. We used to think we would be able to skip Reef entirely, but the fact that we need to go through the sequence and Reef is automatically added to your party here kind of killed that dream. We already had the changes implemented on speedrun.com for a Reefless category, and then someone came with the realization that, oh yeah, because you have to walk that tiny part where Reef is supposed to leave your party and then come back, he's just automatically added back to your party, and he's actually unskippable. Thankfully, later on, we do have a playable character who is skippable. More about that later. For now, we have to do
Don't
this
mind me.
minute clip
I'm
right
just
here.
doing a clip.
Yeah. So because of doing stuff out of order, we already have the Soul Mask. If we didn't do this minute clip, and we would just go activate the Alchemy Forge, which is what we're meant to do, if we activated the forge, put in the mask, and then tried to enter here, I believe this cutscene doesn't play anymore, and we can't get the item that we're supposed to get from this guy with the hat and the feather in it.
Yeah, basically this town's got three or four different states. One is like pre-forge activation, one is post-soul mask collection, one is activation of the alchemy forge. Like, it's kind of annoying the number of states that it's got in. Because we sequence broke and got the soul mask, it places it in that third state, and the third state has that annoying sign out the front, which renders it rather impossible to get in unless you do that clip. So it doesn't take too much time to do that clip, so it's not the end of the world. It still works out to be faster. It saves doing this area in 2 trips, which is quite slow.
Yeah, normally you're meant to go here once and then learn about the soul mask, or the sun mask rather. Yeah, soul mask, same thing. And then you would go to Caucho, enter the Uroboros, find a way to backdoor into the Uroboros, like the intended way. But thankfully, we can clip into there, get the mask already, and yeah. Just get in here. All we need is this tree flute that we just got from this friend. We need that for...
Sand Prince.
Sand Prince, right. Normally you would also need it to enter a town called Ayuthe. But because we can enter that in a different way, we don't actually need the tree flute for that purpose, but inside of there we do still need it to activate a boss fight. Hey Plexa, what is Ayutthaya based on?
It's based on Ayutthaya, a place in Thailand. It's really cool. The whole gimmick of Ayutthaya is that there's a tree with a face embedded into it. Like, I don't know what they call it in the game, but like it's a face. There's a stone face into a tree, and you're like, wow, there's a face on the tree. You know, it's a neat little gimmick. You play the tree flute and it lets you into the town. Anyway, it's based off a real place in Thailand called Ayutthaya, and there in Ayutthaya there is a tree with a face in it. It's really cool. I put it into your image search engine of choice, and basically what the lore behind the real world thing is, there was a statue in front of a tree, and the tree just grew over the statue and eventually decapitated the statue, and now this stone face embedded in this tree, and that became the real world the inspiration for Ayutthaya. Anyway, very cool, very cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Golden Sun is really great like that.
Yeah,
like Golden Sun does a lot. It takes a lot of real world inspiration for the towns and the dungeons and the regions in the game. It's really 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 neat. For instance, there's one of the major locations in this game is called Belinsk. It's based roughly off of Belarus in Europe. And, well, what is the capital of Belarus? Velissa?
Can I call for support?
If you guessed Minsk, you would win, because the capital of Belarus is Minsk. And if you have Belarus and Minsk and shove them together, what do you get? You get Belinsk.
I never knew about that one.
So yeah, some of these illusions are kind of on the nose. Some of them are a little bit more subtle, but it's really cool how Camelot does that. The good wiki, the goldensunwiki.net, has most of the real world inspirations for the regions, and it's pretty cool.
A place called Ayers Rock in the Golden Sun 2, or Golden Sun: The Lost Age, as it's officially known, which is based on Ayers Rock in Australia. And there is also Taupo Swamp, which is based on a thing in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taupo, New Zealand. Yes. We have a giant lake in New Zealand called Lake Taupo. And they took that as a real inspiration for Taupo Swamp in The Lost Age. It does feature the worst track in all of The Lost Age, which makes me very sad, but oh well, at least New Zealand's on the map. For those of you who don't know, I am from New Zealand. I would have very much liked to have been there in person this ESA, but alas, the borders are shut here. So yeah, that's a bit of a shame, but what are you going to do? I do live in a lovely part of the world, so can't be too sad.
Yeah, there's like so many different inspirations. I don't know them all off the top of my head. I don't think there's any based on the Netherlands. Or maybe there are. And
there
it's just
probably is.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But yeah, it's always
Anyway,
fun to see that kind of inspiration.
We are now learning about the Soul Mask, by the way, with the thing that we have already got. We're basically doing 2 trips worth of cutscenes in 1 visit, which is why this segment really does drag on. Sometimes it just makes sense to do everything in one go, so alas, that's what we're going to do. Hopefully we have some more donations coming in or something, because we've still got this was 8-9 minutes into the cutscene gauntlet. We still got 5 minutes left or so please save us.
No worries, chat is coming through. We do have a $5 anonymous donation. That also went towards the Rainbow Screen incentive, so thank you very much for that. And just as a reminder to everybody, what we're here to do, we're raising money for Alzheimer's Fonden. They are the Swedish fundraising organization that focuses on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. Their aim and their purpose is to increase fundraising to the benefit of scientific research in order to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. Now, yearly, the Alzheimer's Foundation Science Council and their board of directors, they grant scientists, researchers, and projects around $4 million, but I think we all agree that's not nearly enough. So, if you get those donations in, you can actually help eliminate Alzheimer's for good. On top of that, you can also win amazing prizes, and you can get in on these donation incentives. So, I'm calling you out, chat. Let's get some donations in. Let's see some of those incentives get met, and let's raise some money for an amazing cause.
It is indeed an amazing cause. Alzheimer's is not a fun disease. I'm sure many of you have got loved ones who are afflicted with it, and it'd be one of those things that if we could get rid of it, that would be a huge boon to everyone. So let's do our part. And yeah, we've got more cutscenes, so yep, golden sun.
I guess here we can also talk about how we're mashing through text, because it's interesting. We have text speed options, going from slow, normal to fast, and in most games you would expect to put the text speed to fast, but we didn't do that at the start of the game. We're still on normal text speed, and the reason for that is only when the text speed is set to normal, if you press any of the face buttons, A, B, X, or Y, it instantly fills up the text box. And then with another tap, you clear the text box. So we're pretty much constantly spamming X, Y, and A, or also B if we're sure that we aren't going to say no to an option that we need to say yes to. Which is very different from the GBA games, where we set the text speed to fast, and words appear like one word, or like text boxes appear one word at a time. Which we would have to menu for at the start of the game. But yeah, Dark Dawn just sets us up with the perfect option right off the bat. And mash A, B, X, and Y.
Speaking of cool moments, this moment here was like amazing.
Pretty nice.
Casually, like this is the conclusion of like all the things that you've been doing to this point of the game. It's supposed to be like this grand revelation. You've saved this region. You're gonna see the water sprinklers go on and bring back the grass. The music is amazing. The moment is amazing. We've done it out of order, so we don't quite appreciate it at the moment, but you know, when I played through this for the first time, I was very, very happy when I got to this point. It was good to be playing Golden Sun again, and this really resonated with me quite strongly. A lot of this game is done well. This is definitely one of those moments, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. So the way you're meant to get the Soul Mask is first you go to Ayuthe, where we go pick up another Mercury Adept, and then that Mercury Adept can learn a Psynergy called the Insight Glass, or maybe it's just an item, but it's treated as a Psynergy by the game. And that would allow us to backdoor into the Uroboros to then get the Soul Mask, which we then put into this Alchemy Forge. So you're supposed to have gone through Ayuthe. You're supposed to have seen, you know, the barren land around it. And yeah, we kind of just skipped all of that. So it's not as impactful when everything's suddenly all green and lively, but it's still wonderful. Also, we suddenly have another guy joining us right now.
Cool. Ah, yes, this fellow.
It just suddenly appeared.
So like I said, sequence breaks. It's Amity, but yeah, we've again, this is supposed to be the conclusion of this part of the game. Given the way that we've done this, we kind of are doing it in the middle. We're about to head to this fellow's hometown of Ayuthe. We've talked a lot about Ayuthe for very good reason. For a long time, it was kind of like this time sink, this block of game that you just had to get through, and it was very frustrating to play through it. But thanks to Velissa, we found a ton of interesting ways to kind of break it, and well, I think we've saved 15 minutes out of that section these days. More or less.
Yeah,
like very significant time saves.
It was a lot of cutscenes in Ayuthe, and there was also a dungeon, and in that dungeon you kind of just blow everything up the same way, so it was also not the most engaging dungeon in the world. But yeah, now we pretty much don't see like any of that.
Yeah, so the whole reason that Ayuthe is annoying is that it locks you into a bunch of cutscenes, and very generally it's a very square place to be. So again, not a lot of minute clips, very hard to find tech to break it, but there is exactly one acute angle that exists that, and that's enough. That's enough to get us through. And then we found some other tech that I'm sure Val will talk about when we get there that just, yeah, just cuts out a whole dungeon. It's amazing. Where do you want to start, Val?
Oh gosh, where do we start? I feel like it'll be best to talk about those specific skips when we can actually see them, when we're in Ayutthaya.
Sure thing. All right, so we're just gonna leave Ayutthaya. By the way, this track here is a banger. Like, again, this game has got some great tracks. Just could we just get less of generic dungeon theme number one? Thanks. But anyway, this is a banger. We're just gonna leave Passage. We're done with the cutscene Gauntlet, and we get to play the game again. We're gonna beeline our way over to Ayutthaya. We're gonna go semi-unintended way just to do a little bit of overworld optimization. It doesn't save that much time, but it saves time, so we do it. So yeah, it should be fine. Get back onto the one thing now that we've activated the forge, it's kind of placed the world map into like a new overworld state. So the enemies are actually a lot stronger. They've gone from like level 11 enemies to like level 16 enemies. So we are just going to get rid of this nut and give this bramble seed to Karis. We're just going to take it a little bit easy and just make sure that we're Sun Saga cancelling to avoid the encounters. Because we get them, it's pretty painful.
When you're running this game,
just going to do a quick little
every
bridge
bridge is
clip over
slightly
here.
different. There's no just standard template for a bridge. It's always just a slightly different bridge placed on slightly different terrain, which changes the setups. So usually we try to use Matthew's shadow as kind of a visual cue. And also visual cues for where to tap on the screen, like at the side of a path or like on a specific tree. And yeah, doing it this way lets us skip going all the way around, which on top of being faster in terms of travel time, on the mountains there's no encounter rates. So we can get there with less Sun Saga cancels. So here...
Yeah, so to get through these guards here, we needed Woe's Letter, so that's why we went through all those cutscenes in Kaltro. So, like we kind of mentioned, we've kind of cleared out all of like the compulsory items that we need to get through this part of the game, and now we're just basically gonna rush through a bunch of bosses in a row to kind of get the game going, basically.
So another thing that was not very common, but mentioned on old game FAQs threads, is that some people manage to softlock in this area. Like they would somehow manage to fall off the raft, or like between the raft and like a lily pad, and manage to softlock themselves. And I've spent so many hours just trying to replicate that, and I just couldn't. It probably wouldn't be useful anyway, but it would be very interesting to have it on video and to, understand how it happens. There were a lot of unfortunate souls who fell down into the water, and because of Sanctum Warp and lack of encounters in that area, if they saved their game, they actually had to completely restart. Very unfortunate.
These are the generals. They have a very sad story, but we won't see any of them, basically. These guys are intended to be the boss at the end of this region, but we're going to skip them entirely, so... They get to live on a happy existence, and they totally don't get turned into skeletons by some very evil monsters later in the game. No, sir, they do not. That does not happen to them at all.
Nope. That being said, they are jerks.
If I didn't see it, it never happened.
So I'm not sure if they're exactly living the happiest, best lives, but, we'll just assume that they are living.
Alright. Anyway, that letter's got us access into Ayutthaya. We've gotten past the Kalchoian guards who are trying to attack Ayutthaya. And yeah, now we gotta try break in.
Yeah, so with the amount of trees and broken blocks, you would think there would be some nice angles to minute clip off of. But no, sadly none of these are at the right kind of angle or in the right place to do any kind of clipping. I've spent... And I think, not just me, I think a lot of us spent a lot of hours in Ayutthaya trying to break it. And at some point, Plexa was on a good run. And I was just complaining, man, I wish Ayutthaya was less square. And then he brought up that this tower here exists. I had completely forgotten at that point. And it was like, oh yeah, that tower exists. I'm like, oh, does it now? So I went up there, and with our other piece of tech that Plexa discovered, which is, I think we kind of unofficially call it fall clipping, we did actually manage to achieve something, because when we first found this particular minute clip, we couldn't really go anywhere with it. We're up too high. If we walk to the left onto that roof, we get stuck. If we do the same onto the right, we get stuck. If we walk above terrain, we fall down and we get stuck, or we just go to the intended location. But once fall clipping was known, and then that reminder that this clip exists, we managed to find, a bunch of cutscene skips in this area. And I found that during one of the world records of Plexa. It was on a Sunday. It was like the last run he was going to be able to do for the week. Still sorry about that, Plexa. I
fine.
just found like a 15-minute time save in the middle of his world record, and it was too late for him to do it. But yeah, you saw right there that he walked like upward, and then he fell, and then he walked back downward, so he was on the level with the water. And that's very important, because at the water level, yeah, the building there just doesn't have collision at the water, because there doesn't have to be. So you can just walk through it and walk straight out of bounds. And yeah, a whole bunch of walking through walls because they didn't give them collision. We managed to skip the entire sequence of entering this place the intended way, which is, again, playing the tree flute, getting the statue head lifted so you can fall down the tree, being escorted to the king, who has this whole story to tell. We meet Amity. Instead, we're just straight to the main area of the town. So yeah,
it's a huge sequence, right? That's like the second or third hardest clip in the game, and I got that first try, so I'm very, very happy that I got that. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's all sub-pixel dependent. There's like 16 sub-pixels out of 256 that work. It's just a complete nightmare to kind of get it to work the way you want it to. So to get that first try is really nice. I'm really proud of it. I'm really happy to get that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very impressed, because every time I've tried to do it, it takes me like probably 5 save and quits, sometimes even longer, and I'm just like, this is costing so much time. Because if you don't walk back out of bounds instantly, and sometimes you just can't, depending on your sub-pixel position, you just get stuck on top of that wall and you can't go anywhere. So you have to save and quit for every attempt. It's such a pain. Yeah, anyway, here's the second intended use of the tree flute, and the first time we actually use it. We're summoning the Sand Prince. Sand Prince is kind of an interesting fight. It is pattern-based, which means it has 8 actions that it'll always follow in order. We just don't know at what point he's going to start. And we have, surprise, another death warp coming up soon, so we actually want to find out where we are in the pattern so we can optimize how much damage we take on this guy, so we can die easier later. And also know that we're not suddenly going to get eruptioned and actually die on this fight, because that's not useful. So we're gonna attack into Arid Blast. I don't have the pattern in front of me, but I think the next attack is going to be a normal attack again. And yeah, once you know the pattern, you can figure out where you are and play safe, knowing that you'll still secure the kill. And take as much damage as possible, really. What Plexa does here is he puts a lot of Molochs on Matthew specifically, so you can kill off the rest of the party, but Matthew is very unlikely to die. And that's just going to make the death warp easier later, because Molochs can be set to standby, and then Matthew suddenly isn't a massive tank anymore.
Perfect. That's like exactly how I want that to go.
Everybody down except Matt. So only Matthew gets XP. Dead party members don't get XP, but that's okay. Levels don't really matter in the grand scheme of this run.
Yeah, there's like one level that I want to get on Terrell, which I've already got. just from random encounters. And that just guarantees a backup strat. Like, levels really aren't that important. All right, new really cool technique. Technically, what I'm about to do is all glitchless. Also found by Melissa. Like I said, she just breaks everything. Thank you for that, Val. We love you for it.
Have done this alone.
You want to talk about what we're about to...
So I could see which map ID I was on. What we're doing here is we're draining all the water in Aethe. And the intended reason for that is we need to go down to Burai Temple to get the inside glass. Now the thing is, maps can either consist of one map file but with different like sets of objects loaded into it, or they can be two copies of the same map but, you know, different map IDs. So of the main town area there are two separate maps. There is one with the water drained and one with the water up. So what we do is we walk into the drained version of the town, and then we go back here and refill up the water. So now we have the flag set that the water is meant to be high, but because we enter town with low water, our sanctum pointer, where we go when we die, is set to the drained town. And that doesn't update until we walk down south again. So what we're going to do is we're just not going to go down south. We're going to go into this room where we fought the Sand Prince. Very peculiar that there are encounters here. Realistically, very little reason for that to be the case. Because, you know, this is just a boss room. Nice attacks first again when you're trying to die.
Yeah. Pay attention to the upper screen. You'll see that when I go into town after I die here, it will be blue, as in the water is raised, although it will very clearly not be raised.
For some reason. So what this lets us do is it lets us progress down the stairs to our south and get into an area that you're only supposed to be in when the water is drained. And because we enter... It's very interesting, because the map, the main outside map where we used Whirlwind to go around on the lily pad, is based on a flag. It's one map file, and it is either high water or low water. But because we enter through a door where you're only supposed to be able to go if the water is low, it loads you into the low water version of that map. Poor Chill. Oh.
R.I.P. Chill. I just deleted Chill, by the way. So that was that thing that Val was talking about a while ago, where if you swap a Djinn into a fake Moloch, you kind of lose your Djinn and you gain a Moloch. So we just did that. So reminder, Moloch is the glitch Djinn that gives us 1 billion stats that we kind of glitched into our party by grabbing an empty space. So by doing that trade, we've kind of deleted Chill and gained an extra Moloch. So now I have 4 Molochs. That's enough to give everybody 1 million stats, which is super helpful.
Yeah, definitely. So now we reload that map, but this time from an area where the water is actually intended to be high. And because we still have the high water flag set, when we walk back to that southern area, the water will be high. And that is essential. That is what allows us to escape this area without doing the whole sequence where we get Amity, where we beat the generals, where we meet the king, we get the inside glass. We can just straight up escape from here. And again, this is technically glitchless, because all we did was a death warp with a certain flag set, you know? So that's really cool. This is the only skippable, playable character in the entire series. That being said, if you're doing only glitchless playthrough, you can't do this and then proceed, because you do need Amity normally to enter the Uroboros.
This trick's a little bit finicky.
Yeah, did you save before this?
I didn't. No, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
There is a potential self-lock here. Yeah, it can be a bit of a pain. Ooh, drop my stylus. Come on. It always works so well in practice, and then like when you get to do it, it like doesn't work.
Sometimes you'll see Matt like put a foot off the bridge, and that's like a good sign, but then, you know, just puts it back on. Very, very finicky stuff with these clips.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a lot of steps at this point.
Sweetie.
I'm just gonna do a Sensei reset. Actually, what I should do is I should just redo my setup. Yeah, go for it.
Excellent. The community has listened. We've got a flood of donations in. We've got $5 from Conical Flack. They say, good luck, Plexa. Great to see this run getting the recognition it deserves. I can't wait to see how the Golden Sun series ends, because they couldn't possibly leave it on a cliffhanger, right? We've also got $10 from Tutuwo. They say, first-time viewer here. My friend V told me about ESA, and I think I'm in love. I can't wait to binge watch for all of next week. Here's to fast runs and ending Alzheimer's. Much love. Thank you for that. We've got $50 from Ananins. Says it's great to see ESA again and finally bringing some normalcy as well. The lack of personal contact has been tough, and I hope to see a lot of great runs as usual and lots of support towards Alzheimer's Fondant. And that donation went split 50-50 between the Epilogue Showcase and the Rainbow Screen, and we are inching ever closer to making those happen. Speaking of Rainbow Screen, we got $100 in from Iku. It says, so excited for a week full of speedruns. Good luck to all the runners. And then finally, one more $100 donation, this time from Karos, saying, loving to see these retro-style games in this event. I'm very much a fan of them. Keep up the good work for both the runners and organizers. Good vibes to you all. And both of those $100 donations went towards the Rainbow Screen incentive as well. So we are currently at $305 out of the $500 we need to make that happen. Let's get that extra $195 in and see some crazy colors on screen.
I'm not even mad that that took forever to get. Like, I'm glad we got to get those donations out there. That was amazing. Thank you guys for supporting the event, getting those donations in for a Rainbow Screen. That's going to be pretty exciting. That trick is usually not that bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's marathon luck, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. I'm just very glad you saved. Cause
yeah, cool. Thank you, Val.
Yeah, that's
I actually softlocked twice. I've softlocked on that bridge 3 times in my life. Twice were just then, so that's fun. Anyway, another great track, Icy track. We're gonna go do the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen is kind of the final boss of this region. It's the whole reason we had to do the Soul Mask side quest that is required to unlock this dungeon. So yeah, it's pretty chill. No pun intended. Not a lot goes on here. You're not going to get any encounters. You get to do some fun ice physics things, but otherwise it's a pretty straightforward little mini dungeon. The Ice Queen itself is generally a pretty fine fight. There's only one thing that she can do that can ruin our lives, and that is, I think it's Icy Kiss. Icy Kiss has a chance to instantly kill somebody. If that happens, GG, we have to reset. But that's so unlikely. It's only happened like once to me in a run. But it is possible. Now that I've said it, it's going to happen today, so oh well.
Ah, well. It'll be okay. So Ice Queen is pretty much just the counterpart to the Sand Prince. So from Sand Prince we got a synergy item, Arid Heat. Or I guess it's called the Sand Crystal, something along those
Sand
lines.
Prince. It's literally called Sand Prince, and this one's literally called the Ice Queen. Very creative.
So that gives you access to a lineup synergy. You get access to all 3 tiers. So these items used to be like the biggest power spike in the run back when it was glitchless. Because even when you're at like level 10 or whatever you are, you get access to the strongest tier up synergy, which is usually given to you at like level 30s and 40s, some even in the level 50s. But you instantly get access to like this. How much is this? Probably like hundreds. 100.
Oh, Arid Heat is 160, I think, and Cold Snap is 220, I think. It's a ton.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's Cold Snap is absurdly strong, which is the Frostbite, sorry, which is the thing we're gonna get from the Ice Queen. It's absurdly strong.
But yeah, nowadays it doesn't matter as much anymore. We used to pretty much be carried by those, but now we only get them because we have to get them, and that's because, Plexa did mention it, Cold Snap if you're familiar with the GBA games, it's literally frost. If you see a puddle of water, you can freeze it with cold snap. And arid heat we've seen. If you see a puddle of water, you can also drain it by just evaporating it all with arid heat. And arid heat is used in a grand total of 1 room, and cold snap is used in a grand total of 1 room. A lot of effort just because we can't break those particular rooms. We're trying our best.
And that's the Ice Queen. Very uneventful. We're also about to meet Nyumpa. Nyumpa is a character from Golden Sun 1. There's a ton of references to Golden Sun 1 and Golden Sun 2 in these games. I'll point out a couple of them as they come along. Nyumpa is kind of obvious. He's the guy who's chilling at Shushin Temple, gives you force, that kind of thing. For some reason, he's still around. He still looks just as old as he did 30 years ago. And he was possessed by the Ice Queen. And so here he is. Hey, Nyumpa. How you doing? And speaking of good tracks, we're about to go from this amazing icy theme into the Port Rego theme. It's like this upbeat kind of sailing tune. It's really great. So again, this game has got amazing soundtrack. It's just over-focus on the wrong tracks.
Yeah. So there's actually another part of this dungeon, which is if you fall down. Like if we were to just travel straight down, we could fall down a hole. And there's some more encounters, and there's also another Mercury Genie. That one's called Serac. It's a pretty cool design.
Yes,
Speaking
it
of
was really
designs, actually, we haven't brought that up yet. So in the GBA games, there was one sprite for each elemental Djinn. So every Venus Genie looked like Flint. Every Mars Genie looked like Fever, I believe. And
yeah.
They were all the same design, and in this game, they decided, hey, let's make them all unique. So we have our chunky friend, Crowns. I love him. Bless you, Camelot. And some of them are very, very cool. Some of them are very goofy. And some of them are kind of questionable. Shout out to Furrow.
Faro.
But yeah, it's
Faro
such a
gives
nice
me
thing.
nightmares.
And it actually helps as well, because when you're doing your Djinn menus, assigning Djinn to different people in the GBA games, you have to look at the names. But in this game, you actually have a visual representation of what every Genie looks like. So if you know what they all look like, you can just instantly see, like, oh yeah, I'm looking for ground. Oh yeah, that's that Venus Genie over there. And yeah, it's just very nice. Nice way to give the game more character. Also, Cat Jam.
Yeah, this is a great track. Too bad it goes away after this, but yeah, really good song. Anyway, we're gonna do massive sequence break. Do you want to explain the sequence break while I
Ice Queen in
actually do it?
We should be able to go back to Passage and activate the Clouds of Passage. That would let you go into the Kirin region, where first you would have to solve the Zodiac Clock, and then you have like this icy region, and then you have Terraria, and in Terraria there's these Beastmen, and yeah, a whole story event. There's another dungeon in between. There's Tap Ruins. Say hi to Terraria and Tap Ruins. We're just gonna, make our way past this wall. How do we do that? Naturally, by going under it. It's this weird, endless wall glitch behavior. God, there's so much going on here. So Matthew's shadow disappeared when he was standing in the air on that cliff. And reloading the map puts you at, like, basically the bottom of the map. And you can walk for a bit before the game realizes, oh yeah, you're under terrain, you should be on the terrain. So that's when it popped him back onto the mountain on the other side of the wall. And another thing that happened there is when you experience like a large change in elevation, it's kind of a weird specific requirement, but if you walk in certain places, usually very high areas, and then you walk down, you enter this no-clip state, where you can walk through some terrain, and you also don't get encounters because you're not on the ground where the encounters are mapped to, pretty much. So by getting close to the endless wall, and then walking down the cliff onto the water, Plexa was able to just walk through the terrain without encounters, no issues there, and walk into the back door of Kalima Village. Naturally, you're supposed to use the front door, generally, but if you were to take the front door, you would have to drop down a well, travel a bit in there, jump up the well again. But yeah, by backdooring, we can just go straight to the herb shop, which is where we need to be to talk to that woman right there, who is also a reference to Golden Sun 1.
Yeah, and that woman is Jill. She is the girl that's turned into a tree in Golden Sun 1, and subsequently killed by Saturos if you don't save her, or if you watch any speedrun, we always kill her, unfortunately. We don't have the time to save her. But anyway, canonically she survives, and that's Jill, and she says, hey, you remind me of Isaac, which is pretty great. Anyway, this is Phantasmal Bog, one of the best designed dungeons in the entire series. It's actually just amazing. I love it to bits. We're not going to see any of it, but it's amazing. It's super well done. I think, you know, the dungeon design in this game is just like genuinely amazing. Camelot did such a good job with some of this stuff.
A lot of puzzle elements where there's 3 states of a lot of rooms. There is the normal state where there is water. There's another state where you have to drink the water, and then there's a 3rd state where the water is frozen. And depending on the state, you can, you know, cross over the water, or you can, you know, go under it and then take the stairs or move the logs, and then you raise the water, and then you can use those moved logs to cross it to the next area. It's very cool. It's a bit confusing the first time, for sure. But it's very cool, and yeah, we don't see any of it. We're just gonna do another minute clip. Now, what Plexa did, he just cast Grip, and there was nothing to grip onto. Why did he grip? Well, this is another thing that I kinda stumbled upon. If you cast Psynergy, that summons an entity, so either a hand, or like a whirlwind, or a fireball, and then it goes away, and you don't move, Matthew stays completely still. He stops breathing. Normally he has like this very exaggerated breathing motion, and it can make it very difficult to tell exactly where you are when you're phasing through a wall. Like you might imagine when his head is moving backwards and forwards, it can be hard to tell if you're making progress or if you're moving back out of the wall. So Plexa uses that to stop Matthew's movements, and then you can see exactly when a pixel clips into the wall and when you're slowly making progress. This clip is not free. It's not the hardest clip in the game, but it is up there, and the reason for that, as you're clipping into the wall, right now he's like in the wall collision, he can't move at all. There's going to be a very short amount of time where he's going to be far enough in the wall that he can move freely, but if he keeps holding the stylus in the same location, Matthew will walk into that loading zone that he just came from. So he's really getting close here, so yeah, safety safe, good call. Yeah, minute clips are just so weird. Kinda... Oh, nice. First try. Yeah.
I'm really good at that clip.
Very
I'm only going to say that
like,
after the fact, but I'm really good at that.
If you're just holding the stylus, there's maybe like half a second where you're free to move around, but not going into that loading zone yet. So I would usually do like small taps when I know I'm close to it, just to make sure I don't instantly walk into that loading zone. Alright, here we have our friend Sludge. Yeah.
This is the Sludge fight. This is actually one of the best bosses in the game, just like in terms of design. It's inspired by the Star Magician. Really technical. Do you want to talk a little bit about it while I just get some inputs in?
Yeah, sure. So as you can see, Sludge has 2 friends. They are Shield Skull, and I believe the other one is Hog Skull. And they each have dedicated abilities. So the Shield Skull casts this shield onto Sludge every turn. That's a shield that reduces damage it takes by 50%. So basically on turn 1, that's just something that you have to deal with. The first turn you're going to do less damage. Sludge can also summon more skulls, which hopefully he won't do, because if he summons another Shield Skull on turn 1, I think that's kind of a troublesome scenario. But for the most part, we can get rid of the Shield Skull on turn 1, do some damage to Sludge, and then just DPS him down before he can really do anything. That being said, Sludge is still pretty strong. We receive Tail Whip. That's a lot of damage. If he focuses someone on that, or like on 2 consecutive turns, they will die.
We're coming on a good time for donations, but just to quickly explain, I'm using Ground as many times as possible on Sludge, so it can't use its bad abilities. Its bad abilities being Bring a Friend and Cure Well, which heals it for a ton, so it makes the fight take an extra turn. So this, like, getting to this point with the strat is taking a long process, a long amount of rounding to trying to figure out how to optimize to minimize the chance that we're going to get something bad happen. But it turns out to be a really slick kill. We use a Bramble Seed, which is a synergy item. Don't really do that in any other Golden Sun game. It's just that combination of damage is just enough to get through the shield on the first turn and still secure a 3-turn kill. It's a really intricate fight, super cool boss, great design, and I really hope you enjoy the level up music. But probably a good time for some donations because we're about to jump straight into another boss after this.
Right on. Well, I would like to let people know that we still are $195 away from that rainbow screen incentive, so get those donations in. Also, if you're enjoying what you're watching, you can consider subscribing to the channel. All of the revenue that we generate from cheers, from subs, even from the ESA merch is going to go straight to Alzheimer's Fondant. Also, keep in mind that if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free sub sitting there waiting. It's available to you every single month. So if you have that sitting waiting to be used, hit that sub button. It'll unlock all of our awesome emotes, and you're going to help support a great cause.
Awesome. All right. We got a few things to do left in Kalima before we leave. We're going to grab a couple useful things. First useful thing is this thing called the Ninja Garb. Now, world record attempts will not get this thing, but it slightly increases the chance that we're going to defeat the Chaos Chimera, the final boss of this game, and I want every % I can get because it's not a guarantee. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up a new friend. It's been a while since we got a new Djinn. We're going to pick up a friend over here called Garland. So he's just chilling over here on the tops of the trees. There he is. Hi. But not all of them are good friends. Shoutouts to Faro.
I would argue all Djinn are friends.
Faro is the kind of Djinn that maxes your credit card and doesn't call you back, you know? I'm making a lot of people who watch me on a regular basis very angry right now. Faro has a small fan club, I don't know why. There's a non-zero chance we will encounter Faro as well in the next trick. Because basically the next place we need to go is Talon Peak. What you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to use the Hermes water on the tree to revive it. The Hermes water is an item you get after a whole chain of events that requires us to do stuff that we don't really want to do because it takes a lot of time. So instead we're going to go and redo the same trick we just did to get back into that no-clip state. And then once in that no-clip state, we'll be able to mosey on over to the next place that we need to be. So that skip saves 30 minutes minimum. It's big.
Yeah, it's very significant. There's this whole sequence where... There's like 2 sequences going on here, pretty much. There is one where we need to gather musicians to play a specific song in Belinsk. Why do we have to do that? Because of a promise we made to a character we haven't met yet. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, yeah, we need to get the Hermes water from a character from the Lost Age that we will see for, I think, only one scene. And I'm not gonna say anything about that yet. But, yeah, it's supposed to be this whole thing. Like, you're supposed to heal the Dream Tree because north of Kalima, where we just were, is a forest. And that forest is, like, cursed, pretty much. If you remember Kalima from the first game, some rooms repeat. Like, if you go east, you'll endlessly go east until you decide to go, like, south, where the intended way is. It's kind of like that, but there's no good solution in this game. You just cannot progress through Kalima Forest that way. So we have to get this no-clip state to just completely skip that part of Kalima Forest. And because yeah, otherwise we would have to get the Hermes water from Briggs, and Briggs is only there after you do certain other events. I don't even remember. It's this whole thing.
It's the musician side quest. The musician side quest just takes forever.
Yeah.
It makes you travel like to one end of the world map, then come back to the other end, and because you're visiting towns, you can't die and speed it up. It's just slow. But we get to do it this way. This is Hozan and Ryoko. I always butcher their names. I apologize. Anyway, they pop up from time to time, and I say pop up in a quite literal sense because if you follow the speedrun plot for these guys, it makes absolutely no sense. We're supposed to have met them as we cross the mountains, and we're like, oh, we know who you are. And we learn that they're Ryoko's younger sister, Hozan's granddaughter, I think, has been kidnapped by the Balinskians. We'll meet the people in Balinsk in a moment. And so we learn a little bit about their quest, and then they randomly collide into us at this point in the game and give us the slap glove, which is something that we need to progress. It's the thing that gives us slap. But yeah, then they're going to do things like betray us, rejoin us, and it quite honestly doesn't make much sense, especially in the speedrun, because we're not going to see half of their story. So yeah, they're just kind of there.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
So right here is the one room that we need Cold Snap. These two puddles are the only uses for Cold Snap. If we could skip past these two puddles, we wouldn't need to fight the Ice Queen at all, pretty much. And we wouldn't need to get the Soul Mask at all. So that would be pretty big, but...
It'd be pretty nice, yeah. That'd be a nice time saver.
It's a very vertical room, so it's... We don't currently have any tech to go up. If you're underneath the floor that's like at about shoulder height for Matthew, you'll pop up on top of it, but if it's any higher than that, you're just walking underneath that terrain. And yeah, there's been no way to skip that yet.
And not for lack of trying. We have all spent many hours just trying to find anything that would work here. We can't even find, like, we have reverse fall clips and things like that, and just everything we throw at it, nothing works.
Yeah, we have one out of bounds in this area. We can get out of bounds here. It's just that we can't. We can only do that at ground level, and we can't go up. So, yeah. If we manage to find a way to skip that, that would be a lot of time save. It would be easy sub 4. Yeah.
I genuinely thought I was going to get 2 encounters in that room, because that first encounter happened so early, but we got good rate there. That's nice. That's not going to work.
So we're just making our way up to the top of Tavern Peak, which is where the mountain rock is, and the mountain rock is actually our target. That's the whole reason we set out on this quest, to get a rock feather. And yeah, Reef and supposedly the other blue-haired guy that we completely skipped.
Reef is to meet Kraden,
tag along,
and Amity for world
because
experience, basically.
Manipulated by Challenger. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's just along for the ride. That's fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is pretty much where we fulfill our initial quest from our parents. But as you might imagine, the game is not quite over yet. That would be pretty anticlimactic if we just got the item and then we went back home.
Basically, this game sets you up to think that the Mountain Rock quest is like the quest for the game, which clearly it isn't. And then during the mid-game, which we skipped, you get introduced to the character Sveta. Really, Golden Sun Dark Dawn is all about Sveta and her story and kind of the strife that her clan is under and stuff. So we haven't met her yet. We will very shortly. But basically, the rest of the game after this point is dominated by her plot, which is honestly not a bad thing. It makes way more sense than this bird
fastest route that everybody was using was a route where we get Sveta early on, because you can get her in Teperoons, the dungeon that we completely skipped. And by doing it like backwards and we're doing some shenanigans, we can keep her. Normally, she is only with you in Tep Ruins and then she leaves again when you exit Tep Ruins. But with some glitches, we can manage to keep her the entire way. So that would be the first thing that we would do in that other route. So we would have like level 1 to 5 party members, and then we would have level 22 Sveta. And she also comes with 5 Jupiter Djinn, which is massive. So from the start of the game, we'll just spam the Thor summon on everything, because that uses 4 Jupiter Djinn, and yeah, it was a very nice route. Sveta just carried everything. We didn't care if anyone else died, because Sveta herself was just such a tank. But then Djinn Heist kept becoming more and more promising, and then with, I think Moloch was pretty much the nail in the coffin where, okay, Djinn Heist is just so many for Djinn. What was it again?
No, it wasn't actually. It wasn't. Moloch actually opened up the viability of no Sveta, actually. Just no detours and just kind of going through the game kind of as intended with skipping things, basically. The nail in the coffin was actually Amity Skip. Yeah. It turns out both the no detours route and early Sveta really were relying on those 3 Djinn that Amity bring with him, whereas Djinn Heist was like, la 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 la, I've got so many Djinn, I don't care. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. Djinn Heist is just, yeah, very, very, very good. Normally there are arguments about like, oh, what's faster and what isn't faster, but like as soon as people started seeing that the potency of ground in particular, people were like, oh yeah, this is it. This is definitely it. There's no other way this can possibly work. I think I was the last person to switch over to Djinn Heist, actually. I really tried to push early Sveta as far as it could go.
Where you pretty much just use the power of Moloch to power through everything, but you don't go out of your way to steal Djinn, you don't go out of your way to get Sveta. You mostly did stuff in the intended way, like intended order, while still skipping the stuff you can skip, of course. And yeah, Plexa was running early Sveta. I was like, you know, being able to steal those tutorial Djinn, that's just cool. At first we thought it was slower, and I was like, I don't care, it's cool, I want to be able to show this off. And yeah, discovery after discovery, and through optimization, we just realized, oh yeah, having like 7 Djinn right from the start of the game for not a huge time investment is very good.
Yeah, I calculated it. It comes in about like a minute per Djinn, and that's like not that far above average. Plus, it's so early on. Plus, the Djinn are incredibly powerful. So, like, the first versions of this route were, like, obviously very good, and they used to get Eclipse. They had a very smooth end game. Everything was nice and clean. And then I started routing it, and I made a small but important observation. You'll notice during this fight, our Djinn setup may not quite be optimal. In particular, we mentioned there are 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. We conspicuously don't have any Djinn of fire or water at this point. And in fact, we aren't going to get any water Djinn in this game. In this route, sorry. And it was really some really clever routing where I realized that you can actually go very fast in this game just by having elemental boosted summons, in particular elemental boosted meteor. And so we will pick up some Mars Djinn later on, but we basically get given those for free. So we get 6 Mars Djinn for free. Will get us to 8, which allows us to have 2 things. Have I done this again? I have done it again. Oh no, I might be just short a thing. Okay, that is very interesting. Yeah, I'm just short a thing. I must have missed a Moloch. That's fine. I'm gonna be short a little bit of damage here, but that's fine. It's just gonna add 1 turn to the fight. Not a big deal. Yeah.
This fight is
I'm completely fine. This is also a pattern-based fight, so as long as it doesn't do 2 particular actions, I know that this fight's gonna be completely fine. So I'm not worried in the slightest here. Alright.
It's interesting. Like the rock in its base form is indeed pattern based, but it has one move called Stone Mold, and that's where you might imagine it turns back into stone, just as it was when we first slapped it. And when it's in Stone Mold, it heals more per turn. It's slower but stronger, and it doesn't follow a pattern anymore. It still has like 8 move slots, but it uses them more at random. And one of them, I believe, is Potent Cure, which heals it for 300 HP, which, yeah, that's not what we want.
It's slow.
And it's actually really interesting as well, because just as we managed to slap the rock out of its stone form initially, we can also slap it out of stone form in battle. And I just think that's so cool, you just never have to do it. Because you can just kind of power through the stone form. They should have made it like even tankier.
I should be. So normally this would kill, but I just stand by one of my Molochs. Can be hard to see if the Molochs are doing the thing that they're supposed to be doing. But this here should kill.
It's been a while since we've touched on the Molochs, so maybe it's time to re-explain. Moloch
Yeah, let's do
is normally a summon that you can get. But the Moloch that we have here is a glitch Djinn. So there are I think like 128 Djinn slots, but there's only 96 Djinn that actually exist, and the rest of the slots are just filled with these glitch Djinn that are like Boreas. They're a different element of an existing Djinn, for example, a mercury-based fever, which is normally a fire element. And then there's this friend, which is the very last in line. It's FF. It is our friend Moloch. And Moloch can't be used in battle. Its description is summon a sacred ice monster, but you can't actually use that in battle. But instead I'll get into how we get it, but we just have it for stats because it gives us 70 HP, 30 defense, and 94 agility, and that's like the main reason we use it, for survivability and for outspeeding enemies, because outspeeding is very important. And yeah, Moloch was discovered by Plexa as he was trying to menu very quickly. The game when you switch a Djinn from one person to another person and you re-grab after confirming a swap, you can sometimes grab the slot that you just that you selected initially, which would now be empty. So that's the FF slot, and that's how we can basically spawn Molochs into existence. And yeah, we just make a number of them for survivability and for being able to outspeed enemies. Very strong.
So that what I just did
boy.
there is another minute clip again, wedging ourselves into an acute angle and kind of just holding a particular angle in that position to kind of force Matthew out. That one there skips the betrayal. So those two dudes, oh, that's really, really unlucky. Those two dudes who were with us before, they, well, they betray us and they steal the slap glove away from us, and they're like, we don't like you anymore, we're gonna go do the quest on our own. That's not very nice of them. Anyway, by doing that small little clip, we actually never see that. So importantly, we keep the slap glove, and that's going to come into play in a moment. Not only does this save time by not getting that cutscene, but it also is going to save us time on basically being able to enter Belinsk. So Belinsk has a ruins component, and normally you need to complete a very long side quest to be able to enter it. However, because we keep the slap glove, we can do a trick that we're about to do and into the dungeon without having to do that side quest, which is really, really, really helpful. So very big skip, that one. Super convenient that it works out that way. Okay. Another sun cycle cancel to clear out, or to reset my step counter. We'll have to do one more of those usually before we get to Belinsk. And then we enter Belinsk. And again, Belinsk has another banging soundtrack, like really, really good.
Yeah, for sure. And Belinska's gonna start us with some cutscenes, and this is where we're supposed to meet Sveta, who we were supposed to already have met in Tap Ruins. But yeah, for now, we get to enjoy the music, and I think this might also be a good time for some more donations.
All right. Well, I don't have anything at the moment, but I would, again, like to remind people what we're here to do, and that is to raise money for Alzheimer's Fonden. Did you know that Alzheimer's is the 7th leading cause of death in the world? It's a progressive disease where dementia symptoms gradually worsen over several years, and in its early stages, memory loss is mild, but with late-stage Alzheimer's, individuals lose the ability to carry on a conversation and respond to their environment in any way. On average, a person with Alzheimer's disease lives 4 to 8 years after diagnosis, but can live as long as 20 years depending on other factors. But really, nobody should ever have to experience such a loss. So, help us to eliminate Alzheimer's by getting in those donations to the marathon.
And here is the massive sequence break. We're not meant to be able to use slap here. In fact, this here is completely useless casually. There should be no way that you can use this. There's no reason you should ever be able to put a magma shard into this thing here. However, it works and is fully coded for whatever reason. This is supposed to exist just to give an explanation as to how Hozan and Rilko entered the dungeon. But it works, and we can use it. And because we still have Slap, because we never got betrayed, we can skip a huge side quest to kind of get in here. And it's an absolute miracle that even works. It's truly amazing. Like, usually when you see artifacts on this, like just random placeholder stuff that like really has no function, they don't work. Like, it's not coded to have any functionality, and it's just there. For some reason, all of that is fully functional, and I just think that's incredible. And it's so convenient for us to be able to come into the dungeon this way. And we finally get our 5th character in Sveta. Sveta is just the most powerful character in all of Golden Sun, like, with no exaggeration, and her power will be on display during the final fights, but yeah, she's just unbelievably powerful. Which is the whole reason this early Sveta route existed at one point in time. Her power just literally solo carries through the beginning of the game. She can single-handedly deal with every boss. She's just that good. Anyway, we get her at this point of the game, which is a bit of a shame, but it's okay because she still has a huge role to play in the rest of the speedrun. She is very, very, very powerful.
Yeah, for sure.
But this is Belinsk Ruins. Belinsk Ruins is extremely square. There's basically no tech. I'm going to do a retreat here to kind of skip a cutscene. It saves like 10 seconds. But there's very little tech in here, so it's just going to be me and Val talking unless you guys can chip in with some donations. So we'll leave it at that. But this block of game is like 20 minutes long before we get to anything interesting.
It's quite a bit for sure, but yeah, thankfully Sveta comes with 5 Jupiter Gin of her own, some of which pretty significant. For example, she comes with Haze, and Haze was very powerful in the Lost Age, and it's still pretty powerful here. Like, it's the same effect, just doesn't get as much use. For one turn, one person gets to completely hide away and avoid being hit. They can still be targeted, so if you're being targeted by a single target move, it will just go right through that person. Very powerful, very good for when you want one specific person to stay alive because they need to get off another summon or any other essential abilities.
Yeah, Haze is the backup strat, basically. Haze is amazing. It's the contingency play when things go wrong, and we'll see. Hopefully we won't see that, but Haze is good for that. Anyway, here's the retreat. It skips a small cutscene. Only because we have this other entrance enabled does this even save time, so it's just a neat little trick that you can do. I forget who pointed this out to me, but it was a very nice little find.
Oh gosh, who was it again? I believe Fulgur was the first to test it out, but I think it was someone else who came up with the idea.
Yeah, it wasn't Fulgur. It wasn't Reg either. It might have been like Nikki House or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
Apologies, person.
I'm gonna look.
Your contribution is extremely valued. You can look it up, alright. Anyway, Belinsk Ruins is an amazing dungeon. like the dungeon design here is incredible. The puzzles are incredible. Even the chess puzzle, which is boring in the speedrun, but like it's a great experience casually. The way this dungeon builds up and culminates in quite an unexpected revelation is incredible. Honestly, Dark Dawn has some of the best dungeon design in the series, like Phantasmal Bog, which we didn't see. We will see this dungeon. Just the way it's constructed, the way it builds, it's just, it's a work of art. It's truly, truly fantastic.
I found it.
This dungeon, and
it was Cobalt Leafeon.
Was it? Cobalt. Ah, of course it was. Yeah. Shoutouts to Cobalt. Very nifty little find there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, because these guys betrayed us before, they are now rejoining us. Again, we skipped the betrayal, so this cutscene looks highly redundant, and it is. But yeah, they're now realizing that they made it bad, and they are going to rejoin us, which is great, because, well, Ryoko will destroy the world, spoilers, and we don't have to destroy the world, because he does it for us.
Yeah, it's this whole thing where, yeah, his sister is being held hostage pretty much in Belin's castle, and there is not meant to be any way to get in there. The bridge is like up, so you can't cross it. On top of his sister being captured, there's also Iolio being held hostage there. He's actually bound to be burned alive for his crimes as a pirate. He's also being held in Belin's castle. Should we talk about the almost a skip?
Maybe in a bit. But Iolio is going to be our next character. Iolio was a baby in The Lost Age, strongly hinted at as being a playable character in the third game, and lo and behold, he is. So it's kind of a nice little reference. Good callback to TLA. Really nice. Baby Ari is still unexplored. Ari is a little girl, a little baby in Contigo in The Lost Age. She casts Whirlwind, and they're like, why is it so drafty in here? Yeah, she is unexplored. Maybe fourth game, fingers crossed. There's a ton of cool, ton of potential characters they can use for that. We'll talk a bit about them. Before we talk about almost the skip, because we will talk about it, because this dungeon's really long, we've got Chasm. Chasm is a good friend. Chasm, if you don't know what Flash is, basically Chasm is a 90% damage reduction, so you basically take no damage that turn. It doesn't prevent you from instant death, which unfortunately would help a lot, but yeah, it's still a very, very, very good gen.
It also has a very, very interesting design. We mentioned before Furrow having a bit of a creepy design. I would say Chasm as well.
Chasm is a little nightmare fuel.
It absorbs damage into a black hole, and it kind of just has a black hole on its tummy. It's kind of disturbing.
Mind if I jump in?
Good boy. Yeah, feel free.
Excellent. We've got two big donations in. We've got $100 from Genova. No comment, but that donation went towards an upcoming incentive for Dark Souls 3 all bosses. That's not the next game, but the one after it. That went to the costume choice for Yennefer of Vengerberg. So thank you for that. That is in the lead. And then we also have another $100 donation from username Niels. It says, let's get warmed up then, do some stretches, and get my donation game on. So that went split 50-50 to the Rainbow Screen and the Epilogue Showcase. So just to let everybody know where we stand, we are at 110 out of the $1,000 we need to see that epilogue at the end of the game. And we are at $355 out of the $500 we need to get our Rainbow Screen on. So keep those donations coming, and we will keep bringing you some amazing content.
Yeah, so now that we have Crush, which we got from beating Sludge, Crush is being used in pretty much every dungeon all over the place. Just like Grip, it's one that's just never going to be able to be removed from the routes unless we find literal no-clip in every area, but, you know, unlikely. Yeah, very important.
No. The thing is, The thing is, Val, even if we found no clip in every area, we still couldn't beat the game without Crush, because we wouldn't be able to solve the final puzzle.
True.
That's how embedded Crush is into this game. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so the thing about Crush is that it can only be equipped to a Mars Adept, and there's two options for Mars Adepts. We have Terrell, and we have Aeolio. And we're on our way to Aeolio, so we currently cannot give it to him yet. There was almost a way to get Aeolio early, but our dreams are being destroyed by a singular flag that has no reason to stop us from getting Aeolio.
Yeah, and
Want me
look,
to tell the full
if you
story?
donate to the Epilogue Showcase and we're not horrifically behind schedule, i.e. Chaos Chimera doesn't troll us, you may actually get to see bits and pieces of how that fits together. So it's... The way that it works is truly incredible, and it gets us so close to skipping out this entire dungeon. There's a whole sequence, really. And there's this one annoying flag that prevents it, which is super frustrating, but oh well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically Belinsk is a very important area in terms of the story. It has a couple of different states. Yeah, as I mentioned before, Aeolio is being held captive in Belinsk Castle. Even if we manage to get up there, he's hanging from a cage, and you're supposed to cast Slap to get him down from there. Even if we manage to just get up there in the current state of the world, it doesn't work. There is no hitbox to slap him down and then retrieve him. The other way is, after we finish Belinsk Ruins, we're going to come out. Should I just say what's going to happen, like with the whole tower? Might as well, right?
Yeah, up to you. We got a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, when we finish Belinsk Ruins, we're going to raise a thing in Belinsk town called the Luna Tower. And when the Luna Tower is up, it'll be nighttime in Belinsk, and a whole bunch of stuff is going to go down, but basically, there's a version of Belinsk with the Luna Tower up, and a version with the Luna Tower down. Now, in theory, when the Luna Tower is up, we should be able to get to Aeolio and slap him down, because that's the intended way, or like, pretty much the intended time to get him. We finish Belinsk Ruins, raise Luna Tower, enter the castle, and slap him down. So the first puzzle was finding a way into the map of Belinsk with the Luna Tower up. And through this very cool trick, where basically some rooms are on the same map file, we got there. So there's this opera house in Belinsk. And normally it's just a normal opera house. There's a ground floor, upper floor, there's a backstage area. And that's pretty much it. Later on in the game, not much later, but later on, there will be monsters in the opera room. And the version of that room that has the monsters actually exists in the normal version where you're backstage. So from backstage, we can minute clip out of bounds, and because it's on the same map file, we can walk over to the opera room that has the monsters, activate that fight, beat the monsters, and because of someone being killed by those monsters, after beating them, we are teleported to the upper map of Belinsk, where there is her grave. And her grave is always meant to be on the map where Belinsk, or where Luna Tower is up. So we can actually get to the correct map to be able to slap Aeolio in theory. The problem is, by beating that fight, we set a flag that for some reason completely disables Aeolio's hitbox. So we can reach him, and it's nighttime. We can even beat the boss at the end of this dungeon, which we thought might be a requirement, because that's what normally activates nighttime in Belinsk. I hope this is making any amount of sense. It's kind of convoluted. But yeah, basically we can get to his cage in the right state of the town, but that one flag, which in theory has nothing to do with Aeolio, stops us from getting him early. I've spent
Basically,
so much time trying to
yeah,
find a way around
basically,
it.
if this sequence worked like it should work, we'd be looking at least another hour of time save. It's really quite substantial. But because we can't do that, we have to go through this dungeon, and well, this is what we got to do. Basically, the way this dungeon works is that there are 4 floors to it, and we're going to increasingly go up and up and up the tower. The first floor is the wind floor, then it's going to be the Jupiter, well, it's the Jupiter floor, aka the wind floor. Then it's going to be the Mars floor, then the Venus floor, then the Mercury floor. And it wasn't until I got to the top of this dungeon where it really spells it out, but for the first time in this series, the game actually draws on the planetary inspiration for the elements to draw the connection to the solar system. Up until this point, they're just kind of like names that are used in association with the elements. So like you go, oh yeah, they're Jupiter adept. Okay, cool, we know they're wind affiliated. This is like the first time in the series where that connection to the planets is really spelled out, and you'll see it spelled out in front of you. But we're kind of orbiting as Jupiter around the sun right now, Jupiter being the purple element. And the way this all comes together is super cool. It's just like, oh, it's the planets. It's not just another elemental puzzle, it's a planetary puzzle. And that is actually foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing that something is different or something's amiss. This isn't your normal elemental puzzle. This is actually something entirely new. And the culmination of this is, well, the culmination is the advent of 2 new adept classes, which is kind of crazy. Anyway, this puzzle is basically use crush on everything. Really difficult, by the way. Yeah, so we're just currently finishing up the Mars wing, and then we'll head on over to the Venus wing. And like we said, there's basically no tech here. Everything is super square, so we just have to kind of put up with it and just, progress as we would.
Yeah, like thematically, it's a very cool dungeon. In the speedrun, there's not a lot happening, and like there's so many room transitions that you're very unlikely to get an encounter. And even if you do get an encounter, you run away. Yeah, kind of unfortunate.
Yes, the reason why we can run away and why running away earlier was like kind of risky is because before, if somebody died, we had no way to bring them back to life. We'd have to go to a sanctum and revive them. Sveta, on the other hand, basically comes at a sufficiently high level that she learns revive with the right class. So if anybody dies, Sveta can just bring them back to life. So running away from things is just totally fine, not an issue at all.
Yeah, and with her being a higher level as well, we have a better chance to run away, because your chance to run away is determined by your average level compared to the enemy's average level. So with Sveta upping her average quite a bit, it's pretty good.
Yeah, she's like a good 7-8 levels above where we are at the moment, so that just, yeah, it does a lot for our average. It's quite good. That's one thing about these games. As they keep giving us new, more characters, they're coming at progressively higher levels. So even if levels were a thing, the game basically gives them to us for free in these later characters. And the later characters are all going to play a really important role in just how the end game's going to shake out. Why does no one have growth? Interesting. Normally Reef has growth there. I don't know why I didn't have Reef growth. Not like it's an issue. Growth is always on Matthew, so...
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess in the original games, I don't think you ever needed growth to progress. But in the original games, no one has growth inherently. You would have to combine a Mars Ginny with a Venus Adept, or the other way around. Or other variations. But yeah, here they just decided to give it to Matthew, regardless of what class he's in.
And this room makes us very sad, because this is the Mercury room. And the reason it makes us sad is this is the only room in the game which actually requires arid heat. It's why I hotkeyed it. Every other time, there's no other room in the game which actually requires us to do this. Every other instance we can click behind or skip for whatever reason. And Val in particular has spent so many hours just trying to figure out a way to just skip this room that would allow us to skip past the Sand Prince and skip ever going into Aeuthe. But oh well. It's not the worst thing in the world. We got some cool stuff out of it. Like the Aeuthe clips are really technical, and I personally enjoy like doing the technical stuff there. And Amity being skippable because of the technique that Val found is like super cool as well. So
Yeah,
silver
I don't hate it
linings,
as
but
much.
yeah, it was very frustrating for a long time because Aeuthe was such a time sink, and we were like, it's just this one room that's causing us all this grief.
Yeah,
It's a little
I
bit
mean,
better now, though. So
yeah, I really don't hate it that much anymore. Like I say at this point it's like very interesting. Not a whole lot of cutscenes, cool tricks. I'm okay with it, but yeah, I've spent a lot of hours in this room. Even found another technique, which is jumping in the wrong direction, which is actually quite easy to do in a number of places. But sadly, it's not useful anywhere. There is one place where it's almost useful, but it's lacking just one of the criteria, which is a wall directly next to you. Yeah.
all right, we're basically through all the puzzles here. We've gotten to the top floor. It's kind of like getting very obvious that these are planets rotating around something. The sun isn't quite obvious yet, but this room really, really lays it on thick. It's like, guys, realize this is planetary. This is the solar system. This is not alchemy as in the world. This is the cosmos. And it really emphasizes that. And you're like, oh, something big is happening. This is going to be something. And yeah, of course it is something. It's the whole, like, in my mind, Dark Dawn up to the end of this dungeon is extremely well done. I think it's really well done. There are some bosses that I think could be harder or whatever, but like, if we're talking about where the game kind of starts to show its cracks, it's after this point. Up to this point, this is a fantastic video game. I will stand by that. I will die on this hill. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
This
absolutely
cutscene
agree.
is like, because it really shows you. It's like, oh, it's the stars, guys. Like, it's really, really obvious that this is what's going on. Super cool. Anyway, sorry, I gotta do a quick little menu here. This was
Yeah, sure.
right.
Yeah, when I first tried playing this game, all I'd heard about this game is, oh, this game sucked. Let's pretend it doesn't exist. And then I played it for myself, and I was like, it has issues, but like, really, this is what you would just want not to exist? I don't know.
Yeah, this is amazing. I love this dungeon so much. Like, I hate playing through it in a speedrun because it's so long, but like, I will always get excited by this because it takes me right back to when I first played these games, and I was like, oh my god, it's the cosmos, it's the planets, oh my god, and I was just freaking out. And yeah, it's really cool that games can do that, right? Like, you go through that bit that had that moment for you, and every time you play through it, you're like, I remember that. That was cool.
Yeah.
That's
I
really
think
nice.
this game does a lot of things right. It does a lot of things not quite right, but it does a lot of things right, and I think it's memorable in its
Yeah,
own way.
honestly, it's really just like a handful of things that could very easily be fixed in a remake, cough cough Camelot, and then
Camelot,
suddenly
please.
the game is a classic. It's so close to it. It's just ever so slightly just missing the mark in the last act of the game. This really caps out the second act. It may not feel like it because we've skipped a whole lot of stuff, but yeah, it's the third act which really kind of start raising some questions. But that's okay. Third act is still alright. The way we do it is going to be alright. This is a neat little puzzle. The fun fact is the solution is actually on the top screen, so if I just change the top screen, that's the solution.
I still
And
actively
the
use it
intent...
whenever I'm in this room.
You still use that? Nice.
Yeah.
The intended way to do this is to go into like this room down here, and it will basically spell out the solution to you. Yeah, it's just the top screen. Alright, Blados Chalice fight. This is like really a big deal. This is the culmination of everything that we've been working towards, kind of. Very, very dangerous and scary fight. The way that we do this fight is really cool. every route prior to this was using like multiple elemental summons to kind of get through the fight optimally. We only have Venus and Jupiter summons at our disposal, and the fact that a 2-turn fight still exists is quite incredible. The problem is, if they use Shadow Shield, which is an ability that takes away 50% of the damage dealt, the fight gets very long, whereas the other strats would have had backups, but it's fine. Do a quick safety save, because these guys do have really nasty abilities. In particular, Blados has an ability called Punish. Punish has a chance to instantly kill you. That is bad. Blados has Spark Shuriken. Spark Shuriken is a consumable that, when used, has a chance to stun somebody. That is bad, because stunned people cannot act. So Blados is really got all the bad stuff. Chalice doesn't really have any of the bad stuff. It's all just Blados. So we're going to try and minimize the amount of stuff that Blados gets to do. The only problem will arise is that if there is a Shadow Shield used, because then Blados will start getting actions and then it can go sideways. Anyway, plot-wise, Blados and Chalice have finished manipulating us. We have activated the Alchemy Dynamo, aka this machine right here. We have done their bidding. They have no more use for us, so now they've decided to turn on us and, well, try and kill us. Which will spectacularly backfire, unless it doesn't, in which case I've just put my foot in my mouth. So, fingers crossed. I'm going to focus on the fight. You want to talk it through a little bit if you want, Val?
Yeah, sure. I'll do my best. So, it's actually quite interesting. There are elements that each of these are weak to. The one is weak to Mars, and the other is weak to Mercury. Guess which elements we don't have? So we're kind of just bringing them down with their neutral elements. But we still have enough firepower to bring them down pretty quickly. And again, what we don't want to see is... gosh, I am suddenly blanking. We don't want Shadow Shields, and we don't want Punish. And we don't want the Spark Shuriken to stun anyone that still needs to act. If Stun Shuriken is used on someone who has already acted, it can't take away their ability anymore, so that's quite good. So sadly, Shadow Shield from Chalice here. They're going to take 50% less damage this turn. Very unfortunate, but we will be okay for now. Spark Shuriken on Terrell. Terrell has been stunned. Yep, that's kind of how these fights go. There's actually different.
So that would have
types of
killed
stuns.
if without. That would have killed if not for the thing. So that's kind of annoying. Do I have haze? No, I don't. All right, we have to do it this way. That one.
As I was about to say, there's different types of stuns. There is a stun effect which can last over multiple turns, and there is being unable to move, which only takes away your turn, your action in this one turn. So ground is one of those, taking away an action, but that Spark Shuriken is the full-on stun. It can take multiple turns to wear off. You'll see Plexa switched Terrell into the back row, because Terrell can't act anyway, so we might as well bring in someone more useful.
Alright. Good, no Shadow Shield. This should kill.
Yeah, I should be good to go from here. So one thing you can do in the middle of battle, even after you've used up all your summons, you can just reuse Jin to bring up more summons. So Fleet, for example, it's a very useful Jinny, but in this case it was just used as a way to cast Proc Me. And get a whole bunch more level ups.
Yeah, so that fight, when it goes well, it goes really well. When it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. We got super lucky that Blados decided to target Terrell. Terrell isn't needed for the rest of that fight, so we can safely swap him to the back and just whatever, doesn't really matter. But yeah, good fight, all things considered. I'll take a getting through Blados Chalice without too much difficulty as a win any day of the week.
Yeah. Sure.
So now Ryokyo is going to activate the Alchemy Dynamo and trigger an event called the Grave Eclipse, which is going to bring about evil dark monsters to attack, well, the whole world basically, and literally thousands of people will die. This game, it gets really dark, like very quickly. It is in the name. The game is called Dark Dawn for a reason. up to this point in the Golden Sun series, we don't really see anybody die. The closest we get is Barbie dying off screen in TLA, and he died of old age, which is fine. This action right here will literally destroy towns and people, and just, yeah, it's the game really rubs it in immediately because a well-known, beloved character will die, and you're like, oh, damn, what was that? And then you get to visit some of the old towns from the AJ region. For instance, Calcho, which we visited way at the beginning of the game. You can revisit Calcho and everybody is dead. And you can spirit sense, which is like mind read, the dead people. And it's like incredibly dark. Those generals that I referenced before, they try to escape, or they get released from jail and they try to get back to Calcho, and they get killed, and you can mind read their skeletons outside of the tree in Ayuthe. It's, yeah, like really just out of left field, everybody is dead. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's quite a thing. Like, there's also a quest line where it's like someone has a message for their mom or for the daughter, and then that person ends up already being killed by the monsters. So you have to pretend that the person is still alive. I don't know. It's messed up.
Yeah. It's this person, the daughter is in Tonfon, and she's like, oh, my parents are in Caltro, can you give them this note? And you go to there and they're like dead. And you're like, oh dear. What are we gonna do now? And then you spirit sense them, and they're kind of at peace, which is nice, I guess.
Yeah.
So at least you can fulfill the quest, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
it's
yeah,
dark, very dark.
The reason all of this even happens is that Blados and Chalice want to use like the power of the Luna Tower for their own clan, because war and stuff. As you can tell, I'm not very up to date on my lore. I break the game. I don't read it that much.
Yeah, really, the whole reason that Blados and Chalice want to raise Luna Tower is still to be explained a little bit. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. And
I always do.
Yeah, I got distracted and I was like, oh, see ladder, climb ladder, you know? But no, you gotta just solve a little bit of puzzle here. It's not really a big deal. If we had teleport, it would be a lot easier. Cough, cough, Alex. I mean, Arkansas. I mean, whatever his name is.
Arkansas. Yes.
Yeah, I forgot what we were even talking about. I got so confused for a second.
That's okay. So yeah, we're just making our way up Luna Tower. So as Plexa mentioned, we have activated the Grave Eclipse. There's another form of Eclipse in this game, which is at the top of this tower. It's a summon that takes 3 Jupiter Djinn and 2 Mercury Djinn. It is, in terms of damage, the most efficient summon to use. But sadly, it's like a minute investment. And yeah, Plexa managed to find a way to not need it in the route. So we don't get it.
Yeah, you guys... The story of this route is that Felissa and Regnitrace keep trying to put Eclipse into the route, and I keep on coming up with ways to take it out again.
It's so cool. I love Eclipse. It's like cool dragon friend.
Eclipse is really cool. I love Eclipse, but like... Yeah, like I mentioned, right now we only have Jupiter and Venus Djinn. There are 2 other types of Djinn, believe it or not. Once we get Aeolio, which is just around the corner, we'll get 5 Mars Djinn for free. And then our last character, she will bring Mars Djinn as well. And that will, you know, we're going to use our Mars Djinn basically. We will get them. It's just way quicker to let the game give them to us than to actively seek them out. But Mercury Djinn, seeing as we skip Amity, Amity usually brings 3 Mercury Djinn, and that just, that made getting Mercury Djinn worth it. But with him not bringing those 3 free Djinn, it no longer makes sense. Here's another minute clip. Do you want to explain minute clips again? It's been a while since we've had one of these.
Yeah, so minute clips are funny because you just stand in a corner and cry until you're out of bounds. You need an acute angle, and you kind of just wedge Matthew in there, and then you hold the touchscreen in such a position that you're like slightly facing along the wall. You'll see that Matthew is not actually taking any steps, he's just sliding, and that's because he's sliding along the collision of the one wall, while the collision of the railing that he's currently going into is somehow kind of just being ignored. I don't know the specifics, the technical details, but that's how it works. If you were to hold the controls. I want to keep wanting to say control stick. The touchscreen in the top left, and then like slightly to the right. Then he would be grinding along the rail, and he could still get out of bounds that way, but it would take longer because he'd be traveling diagonal upright instead of straight up.
So what that clip allows us to do, it skips a huge cutscene where we're supposed to save the Princess Hojo, so Ryoko and Hozan's person, and it's a lengthy cutscene. It's like 5-6 minutes long. It's really long.
Of course, it's long.
And Kraden rejoins us, and it sucks. It's kind of bad. But anyway, so since we skipped that, Ryoko and that random old lady berate us for not saving the princess and trying to save the pirate first. Pirate being Eolio here. So yeah, in one previous life, we used to call this the anti-Mario skip because we don't save the princess. We leave her in the tower, and presumably she's okay. I'm not quite sure. But we never hear from her again. Oh well.
Oh well. So yeah, here we see the true effect of the Luna Tower blocking out the sun, and that's pretty much what causes the grave eclipse. It's so cool. I really like this game.
This game's pretty good.
So yeah, this whole grave eclipse also spawns those monsters that I was talking about earlier in the Opera House. They're eclipse monsters, they're pretty strong, but if you summon rush them down, they're not too much of an issue. And now we're going to minute clip onto water. Because naturally, if we were to go back through the castle, then we would get a cutscene where we see Sveta's brother basically entering the Opera House and then running into trouble, and that's your cue to enter the Opera House. But instead we can just go up right here, end up on this platform, and yeah, skip going back into the castle, and then with that, skipping that cutscene.
Yeah, it's quite a long cutscene too. And it sucks because Sveta's in pain, and it's not nice to put people in pain.
Mm-hmm.
And so finally we're reintroduced to Briggs. If we'd actually done this game in the intended order, we would have run into Briggs around Port Rego, which is again a place we never visit. We'll walk past it later on, but it's yeah. Anyway, Briggs is one of the main characters from The Lost Age. He is a pirate who drives a lot of the early game quests in TLA. And we get to see him again for the first time. And everyone's like, oh, cool, it's Briggs. That's nice. Except this is where he dies. So again, this is the... Yeah, the fact that people start dying is very un-Golden Sun-like. And the fact that Briggs gets like killed on screen really drives the fact that this has gotten a lot darker and that things are very dire. So immediately after we defeat these Eclipse monsters that have attacked Briggs, we'll get Eolio and get to add him to our party, which is going to be great. Here they are just discussing the lore of the monsters and how they only appear in the shadow. This will continue for the rest of the game, basically. The shadowed areas will have much stronger enemies than anywhere else. Oh, and this boat here is the boat that we fix in The Lost Age. A huge questline in The Lost Age is to fix the boat in Helhafra, and that's this boat. So it's a nice little connection back to the GBA games, and we get to sail it around the world, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if we visit Briggs in Port Rago, you'll actually see that they're trying to repair this boat. It's like being messed up over and over, and it's just barely being held together. But somehow we get it in a pretty nice state. So thank you, Briggs Pirates. Alright, so here we have a bunch of Scorpions. You know, just 2 summons for...
Also, shoutouts to the Eclipse World monster theme. Good theme.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
So yeah, we have this whole sequence here. Yeah, Eolio just being reunited with his dad, since, you know, he was captured for, I think actually not that long. But it had been a while since they saw each other, and yeah. Enough
for Briggs to like corral his troops together and be prepared to invade the Lynx.
Yep.
R.I.P. F's in chat. And then Diovena's regular in my channel loves to point out that this jingle is horrifically out of place. We'll get it in a moment once Eolio does his salute. Anyway, it's very sad and somber. The weather has gone mad. The eclipse is destroying the world. Eolio is vowing to get revenge for his dad. It's all very sad and emotional. And then... and then... that happens.
Hey, even in your darkest moments, you can use some joy, some cheerful music.
That's true. Eolio is great, by the way. For those of you who really like Briggs, 100% is the 100% category. Go figure. But the way that the 100% does the order of the dungeons, as you can imagine, we have near unlimited overworld travel and huge dungeon skips, etc., etc. The way we do it is actually Briggs dies, and then we go visit him in Port Rego so he comes back to life. So don't worry, in the speedrun canon, Briggs is alive and well in Port Rego, so that's okay, friends. It's just a temporary death, just a little setback, no biggie.
Yeah, people die in video games like all the time.
Exactly.
We have revive, easy.
Exactly. This is my one shout out for 100% because now that I've talked about it, but like 100% is even crazier than this category. Nothing is done in the intended way. It's just absolute insanity and some masterful routing. Rignatrace did all the routing on that. It is a work of art. It is just mind-blowing, mind-bending. In fact, the skips and the order of which things are done, it's really quite crazy. Anyway, that's enough about 100%. That's not this category. We're coming up on Warriors Hill, which is... I don't know what it is, really. It's a place we have to go for story reasons. And it's generally not considered to be much of anything. But in the speedrun, Warriors Hill has a different reputation because it has what most people would consider to be the hardest clip in the game. Executed well, it takes 2 minutes. And it's all kinds of non-trivial. So I will be using the stop breathing technique again, just to get better visual on the progress of the clip. But yeah, it's super difficult to the point where some people even decide to not to do it. But fingers crossed it goes well today.
There's like various different ways you can handle Warriors Hill. Like there's the fastest way that Plexa is gonna do. There's the way where you enter through a room channel and then you activate an event from the wrong spot and then you get put back on, the intended spot for that event, which is not the spot you were on. And then you can also skip a tower that way. I think that's like the easiest way to skip a tower. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it, but gotta go fast. Gotta get things done.
And to me, Warriors Hill also has the reputation of being almost broken, and if it were broken, we could get our 8th character earlier on. But sadly, there's no way to escape the island that Warriors Hill is on, and we can't get out of bounds to get the item that we need to get. Even though it's like so close.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll get through to Warriors Hill, we'll give the clip a try and see if we can get it. And as soon as we get the clip, there's really nothing else going on for a decent chunk of time. So hopefully we can get some donations in at that point, so please get your donations in for that. But for getting the clip, it's going to be one of those focus time moments because it is extremely difficult. But a little bit before that, just got to do a little bit of sailing.
The Grand will tell you that it's not that hard, guys. And he's good at it. But it's freaking hard.
I actually think I'm better at it than him. Shout out to Legrand. But I still think it's harder than the other ones. And I think that's just because I'm really confident with the Phantasmal Ball clip. I think that one's like really easy. And I think he thinks that one's the hardest. So I don't know. This is non-trivial, so let's give it a go.
Yep, so what Plexa is also going to do here is walk a specific way when he goes down here, so that the camera is also in a consistent spot. He's actually going to use this stairwell here, just to make sure that it's, consistent, because, again, it's very finicky. Your visual cues are pretty obscured. They are there, but they're not easy to use. And, it's also one of those clips where if you just hold the touchscreen for too long, or you hold it in the wrong position, then you can just go back in bounds and just undo all the minute or however long you've been working on your clip. And it can be pretty rough. There's also this floating stairwell above us. It's made of Sol, which is so light that it actually just floats in the wind. And the fact that that's moving up and down is also another thing that kind of throws off ease of visual cues. So for the most part, we try to use Matthew's shadow to see if we're moving inward or not. And there's also like his hands, which can be a useful visual cue, because you'll see them, like his gloves, slowly drifting more and more into the darkness. There's a lot of things you can look out for, but it's so tricky. You also can't just hold your touchscreen in the same position. You have to like move it around. You have to move it around because as you're drifting to the right, you're kind of drifting around non-rectangular collision. So you need to hold more and more to the left, and you'll see the circle on his touchscreen is actually going more into the bottom left corner of the screen here. I hope Plexa will do a safety save once he's most of the way in. And then at some point the camera does start shifting, and that kind of throws off everything even more. So every now and then touching at the bottom of the screen just to see if he's free yet. And there he goes. Yo. Awesome.
That's a toughie.
That's a very toughie. And an encounter. Wonderful.
Love it. That's fine. We don't mind damage here, actually.
Yeah. So for the minute clip, you pretty much just have to hold a specific angle so that Matthew is moving alongside the wall. For the most part, you just hold the touchscreen in a certain position. But when you want to move not too far, you can opt to do taps just to make sure you don't overshoot your target and then break back inbounds. That's the thing that happens.
Yeah, so, like, that clip is... I made that look way easier than it is.
It's so hard. And, like, if you mess it up, it's like a minute or two lost.
Like, doing that well takes 2 minutes, and most people can't do it well, so it's like 3 minutes. The whole difficulty in the trick is that at any point, if you go too fast or try and rush something through or don't complete the step in its entirety, you will bounce out, or you won't be able to complete the trick. Meaning that you can get through the rest of the steps, and it will not work, and you'll get frustrated because you're like, why didn't it work? It's because you rushed something, or Matthew clipped too far inbounds in that first phase or something. And yeah, it's taken a lot of practice to get good at that clip, and it's just ask anybody who runs this game except Legrand, and you'll get the same answer. That trick is incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
But it skips the entire dungeon. That there is the solution that finishes the dungeon for us. So at this point, we are basically in cutscenes for a little while, so hopefully we've got some donations. I am just so relieved that that's done. I was super worried about that. It's one of the few things I actually worry about in this run. So yeah, donations, hopefully we've got some.
Well, we have prizes to incentivize people to get those donations in. Keep in mind, we've got 2 PlayStation 5s. Yes, PlayStation 5s. You know, the thing that's impossible to get. We've got one for the EU, we've got one for North America with a $100 minimum donation, which is cumulative across the entire marathon. We've also got a couple Nintendo Switches, a couple RetroTink 5Xs. Those things are really, really good if you are doing any kind of retro gaming. And again, a litany of other things that you can get in on if you check out prizes.esamarathon.com. Now, that is actually going to bring me to the end of my hosting shift. Unfortunately, we only stick around for about 3-4 hours at a time. So I am going to hand you off to the one and only Bratterfield for the remainder of this run and the next. So thank you, everybody, for your donations so far. Thank you, Plexa, and thank you to Velissa, and I will see you guys later.
See you around. Thank you for hosting.
Thank you very
Great
much.
job.
Yeah, so this dungeon kind of exists as two parts. There is the Haroon channel that we're in right now, and you're supposed to start the water from make the water start flowing by breaking a rock that's in the way, and that's supposed to start gears that'll let you move throughout the Warriors Hill dungeon. And in Warriors Hill, you can then activate 3 wheels, which will then raise the towers, and you need to raise the right one, and then the left one, and then the middle one. With the skip, we can just go straight to the middle and ignore pretty much all of Haroon channel, except for this cutscene, because we have to rescue this guy here, and that'll let us talk to a different NPC who will then give us a key, and the key is what
Ihan the storyteller.
Yes.
Yes, of course, the lore, yes. He has absolutely no relevance to this game whatsoever, except for the fact he gives us a quest item. That's pretty much it.
Yep. A quest item that at this point you don't even quite realize that you need. You just know that there's treasure, and then you go get it. As to what the item is, we don't know until we go to Yamata.
So yeah, with Warrior Hill is kind of like anticlimactic because it's like this huge hype trick, and then it just trivializes everything. So the rest of it's kind of unhyped, just cutscene mashing, getting through stuff. So sometimes speed tech is not always great. I don't know.
This is a pretty good cutscene though, because you get the good old 2 old men just kind of BSing each other, and then Kara's being like, what is going on here? It's kind of good.
Guys, the world is ending. What are you doing? Stop it. Yeah, Karis is a force of logic in these games. She's great. We didn't really talk about Kraden at all, Val.
Yeah, not really.
He's like, oh yeah, here's Kraden. Kraden was like a very important NPC from Golden Sun 1, Golden Sun 2. He's kind of the scholar of the world. He understands alchemy. He explains alchemy to us in the first game. He's a companion in the second game and kind of talks a lot through the lore of the world and explains bits and pieces to you. So Kraden returning is kind of surprising because he was so old in the first games, but then again he was exposed to the Golden Sun event, which basically has stopped aging of all the people who were present. Kraden was one of them. And so he's now part of our party, and as soon as he joins, he contributes to cutscenes in a considerable fashion.
As he does.
So yeah. There we go, Karis. Excuse me. Karis, good character.
Like, oh, right, yeah, let's be on our way. Yeah,
so
I don't think
he's gonna
anyone saw Kraden still being alive 30 years into the future. Like, even with slowed down aging, he was old. And he actually looks younger, if anything, in this game.
You're not wrong. Yeah. Anyway, the third act of this game is basically going to be for us to collect the Umbra gear. So you may recall about 2 hours ago, we got our first piece of Umbra gear through a giant sequence break. Uh-oh. Oh,
Okay,
there we go.
we seem to be back. All good.
Yeah, that was weird. My everything just froze for a second. Haven't seen that one before. And for a second, I thought my computer was crashing, so that's not fun.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No, I've been having some computer issues lately, so I'm trying to debug all these things, and clearly I have not solved all my issues, but oh well, that's okay. This appears to be mostly stable, so I should be okay. Now, where was I? I forget.
We were kind of talking about Craven, and then we're here to pick up the third eye, which is just like...
Oh yeah, what the last bit of the game's all about? Yeah. Umbra gear. So we got to get the 5 pieces of Umbra gear. If you look at the world map at the moment, 6. Yeah. If you look at the world map once we get into the overworld, I'll also note the map right now is just missing this bit of the dungeon because we didn't activate things properly. Why am I running out? I should be retreating. Oh well, doesn't really matter. Retreat saves 1 second. If you look at the world map right now, there's a giant X right in the center. That's where the Umbra gear piece that we got from earlier in the game lives. And that is, well, one of the things that we need to do in this point of the game. We need to go around and collect pieces of Umbra gear. So we're going to go get Hemi first. Oh, no, we're going to get another... We're going to get Hemi, our 8th character, or 7th character, depending on how you count it. Our 7th character intended to be the 8th. And then we're going to go pick up some Umbra gear, and then we're going to go head off into the final dungeon of the game. So this last bit of the game, there's not much to it. We're almost there, basically. So there's not that much time left if you want to see the Epilogue Showcase, or if you want to see the rainbow screen. The rainbow screen's really cool, by the way.
Yeah, I would say so.
It would be really nice to be able to do that rainbow screen during the final fight as well. That would be very cool.
Yeah, we're pretty much just on a fetch quest. Get all the Umbra gear, and you're also meant to get other items. So there's this big old wall. We've seen it earlier on when we were crossing after the Ice Queen over to the Phantasmal Bog where we have Sludge. On that wall is a gate with 3 slots for orbs. We have gotten our first orb. The first orb is the blue one, and you get it from Volchek during the whole sequence with Eolio and Briggs dying in the boat. But there's meant to be 2 more orbs that we're supposed to get. One of them is actually...
from this guy.
Yeah, from him. But you need to do something specific before he gives it to you. Which is...
very slow.
Very slow, yes.
We have to travel to the other end of the map and save our good friends Ryoko and Holzan and Hojo. And Holzan will die, which is sad. But don't worry, we're not going to see that, so it never happens.
Yep.
And then we have to get the yellow orb at some point as well, and that's very slow as well. There's a whole dungeon dedicated to that. But we're not going to see any of it because I found Orb Skip, which was the first real use of the fall clip that we saw in Ayuthe, if you remember that. So that's a huge skip. It saves at least 11 minutes, probably a lot more. It's really neat. But we'll get to that. It's not too far away, though.
Yeah, definitely. So you're meant to get the blue orb and then the red orb. And with those 2 orbs in hand, you would go into the Yamata ruins. And with those 2 orbs, it just gives you the 3rd one, the yellow. But yeah, thanks to Plexa, we don't have to do that anymore, which is good, because it was a very annoying dungeon to do optimally, because it has these teleporter paths all over the place that you always run into when you just enter the room.
And lots of pillars that you can slide off of. That's super annoying.
Yeah. So we're just going to be picking up the Umbra gear. We also have another Jin that we'll get soon-ish. And yeah, getting our last character.
It's a character then Jin, actually. So the Jin's actually quite a while away. Yeah, so I gotta check to make sure that there's gum in the pot. It's a classic.
Gotta be sure.
Gotta be sure. Yeah, that overshooting on that chest, because that chest is a piece of the Umbra gear, which, as we've explained, is required to access the final dungeon. You almost always overshoot and talk to the pot, and then you're like, oh, there's something in it. No, it's just somebody's gum. And you're like, ugh. I knew that. But yeah, this is a little mini cutscene gauntlet right here, as we're sailing around the world, kind of getting the pieces in motion before we can finally assault the last bit of the game. But yeah, so our last real opportunity for cutscenes for a while is going to be coming up after this brief sailing segment where we get Himi, our last character. So yeah, another good opportunity to get donations in a little bit. So get them in and we can get them read. That'll be pretty good.
Indeed. Hello, thought I should introduce myself. This is Bradderfield. Hope everyone's doing well for ESA Winter 22. How are you guys doing? Plexa, Melissa, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Good to have you on the mic.
Thank you, thank you.
So yeah, we're going to read some lore. Reminder that lore repels monsters. So if you have monsters in your life that you want to get rid of, just read them some lore and they'll go away.
Yeah, just be sure to do that every couple of steps you take, because if you don't read the lore for a long enough walk, then you might just run into them again.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. All right. Here's our last little cutscene gauntlet. So do we have any donations?
Or an update
Yes,
about
we
how
do
we're
have.
doing on the rainbow screen and the epilogue incentives.
Yeah, that too.
Yes, I'm very interested in this rainbow screen, and of course, like anything bonus after the run, you'd love to see. So I do have $100 from Enough of This 11. There's no comment, but thank you so much. Remember, folks, if you'd like to donate, you can see which incentives that are available in the options, and you can make sure that they go towards one of the runs that you're currently watching or would like to see happen later on during the marathon. We have $110 all together for the Epilogue Showcase. The goal is 1,000, so I know we can get there by the end of this run if we all work together and get some donations in. And for the rainbow screen glitch, I see 355 out of 500, so we're more than halfway. We can probably get this to happen relatively soon. So please continue the generosity. Remember, we're raising money for Alzheimer Funding, so please continue rolling in some donations here. I'd love to see some lovely messages, especially if you have any lore. I can read them out to you all. Thank you.
Speaking of lore, this is Souza. This old fellow over here, and his wife Kushinada is just about to faint. Souza and Kushinada are actually from the Lost Age. This is the Isle of Yamata. This is the town Yamata. It's the new settlement of the people from Izumo, which was a major plot location in the Lost Age. So Souza was the person who was fighting the serpent in the Lost Age, and Kushinada was the person who was to be sacrificed to the serpent. They're still alive and kicking, and clearly everything is fine. They've had 2 wonderful children. Takeru has just left to go save Felix. Golden Sun 4. And this is Himi, their daughter. And Himi is going to be our last character. So a lot of people say that Himi's just kind of shoehorned into this game. She does deserve more plot attention, I'll give you that. But she actually does have deep roots in Golden Sun lore, like she is the daughter of the people who we were helping in the second game. So. She's also an amazing character. She is a caster-style Venus adept. She's the only caster-style Venus adept, similar to how Sveta is the only physical Jupiter adept. And the combination of Sveta and Himi really complement each other really well. And you'll see that happen in the final fights. We're going to do certain things that will make Sveta unbelievably strong, and it's all thanks to Himi that that's possible.
Yeah, there's such a great combination. Sveta on her own is very strong, but the fact that she can get powered up so quickly through Himi is just fantastic. Himi herself is also very powerful. She has access to the Psynergy with, I believe, the highest base power in the series, which is the final form of Roaring Dragon. I believe it is like Raining Dragon.
Yeah,
very, very
roaring,
powerful.
slaying, raining. Yeah. Yeah, she's just unbelievably powerful as well. She's got the most powerful magic, some of the most powerful healing. A very, very, very strong character. And she had to be, honestly. Otherwise, people would really not be talking about her at all. No one really talks about Eolio, because he's not really differentiated from the other Mars adepts in any significant way. Whereas Himi and Sveta are very much break the mold kind of characters, and it shows. They're very, very, very good.
Yeah, so can we get Himi wielding the Soul Blade in the next game, please? I would like that.
That would
Give
be nice.
women the Soul Blade. Because so far it's only been Isaac, Matthew, and Felix who've been able to carry it.
Correct. So we have to do this quick detour in here for plot reasons. This is the dancing idol from the Lost Age. If you remember that, right at the top of Gaia Rock, you have to get this idol. It's the same idol, and it's now inhabited by Izume. Izume was the town elder, or the town mayor, or whatever, of Izumo. Unfortunately, she passed away in between games, due to some flooding, I think. But anyway, her spirit still lives on in the dancing idol, and so again, another Lost Age callback. So it's kind of neat that there's all these callbacks throughout these games. It's nice, makes the world feel connected. I'm gonna have to go buy a piece of equipment. We haven't done any shopping so far on the run. The only shopping that we have done is to sell that really good piece of equipment about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. In combination of that, plus all of the bits and pieces of money we've picked up from defeating bosses primarily, we can make one purchase. And it's important we make the purchase now, because if we don't, we won't have enough money to do it. Oops, I didn't use search. Silly me.
Yeah, there's this whole
well.
thing where
Oopsie.
Himi needs to pay her respects to Izume. And in order to do that, you actually have to proceed, or like the game intends for you to proceed into this next room, so you have to move this rock and use search to uncover this teleporter here. But as it turns out, it's enough to just use search, and then it's just like, okay, respects have been paid, let's go.
Exactly. You can go in there and get like the Muramasa, I think, which is a useless weapon. It's cursed, so it's like really bad. You know, I'm going to make that one purchase now. I'm going to buy the Spirit Armlet. Where are you? Here you go. So we basically just have enough money to buy it. The Spirit Armlet is really important. It guarantees the 3-turn kill on Chaos Chimera, which is really valuable. Also, this is like the easiest clip in the game. And I screwed up first try. Love it. There you go. What I'm about to do here is not easy. Do you want to talk about this for a little bit while I focus on it?
Yeah, sure. So you may have seen Plexa walk around out of bounds and like maybe in some cases even like float for a bit before falling down. This time we're going to do something completely different. We are going to, oh actually we're going to air float as well, but we're going to do a fall clip. And it's very important that it is a fall clip. You only fall down if there's collision, like semi-intended collision below you, and we need to fall back onto the ocean. Thankfully, we're close enough to the ocean for that to happen. Here we're going to do one last fall clip just to get really low underneath the map. Very, very nice. And very clean. And now that we're low down,
thank you.
what are we going to do? Well, we're going to walk under the ocean. So you've got these waterfalls. This is kind of like a recurring thing in the Golden Sun world. It's kind of just a pancake. We're going to walk under the ocean, and we're going to hit the loading trigger for Burning Isle from underneath. Now, that trigger only exists after you use search. Okay, we're actually going to pop back up using search. But if you were to unveil this loading trigger by using search before, you can hit it from below. The loading zone goes, as far as we know, infinitely far up and down. And that allowed us to skip walking around on the Burning Isle, which is a terrible place to walk around because it has weird nymphs who can put your party to sleep, which is usually not an issue. They're usually not that strong, but if they all decide to spam Spark Plasma on you, you're in for a world of hurt. And there's a pretty high encounter rate too.
Oh, this is slap, not that.
I was about to say, why did that not work?
This is a long run. This is a long.
Yeah, Burning Isle
I've
was
made two
always
really
a bit
silly
of a-
mistakes, and I don't even mind.
Yeah,
More Golden Sun.
yeah. Burning Isle was
That's
always a bit of
okay.
a trouble point, especially when it was in between death warps. We would want to Sun Saga cancel to stay alive and like heal part of the party so we could die easier later, but not get completely messed up. If we get one encounter, it was a big ol' mess. So the fact that Regnatrace introduced this technique to get into the Burning Island cave without any encounters was honestly kind of a godsend.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's not as fast as you'd think, actually. I think over a good version of the old strat, it saves like 30 seconds. But the thing is, that's over a good version, and you're not
Yeah.
guaranteed a good version. So it really does help a ton. And yeah, literally nobody is complaining about it. It is a little bit finicky, and so if you do mess it up, it can be well, a little embarrassing and a little bit slow, but it's not so bad. So yeah, this part of the game is collecting the Umbra gear. There's a piece of Umbra gear here. There's a piece of Umbra gear in the top right of the map. But we're kind of stuck on this island, so because we are stuck on the island, we have no choice but to deathwalk. So we're just going to do that.
Yeah, and thankfully this place
around a
houses
bit.
some of the strongest non-Eclipse monsters in the game. We want to see Pyrodras. There we are. So initially gonna try to run away, because the chance to run away is like so low that you're, pretty much not gonna succeed. And it's the fastest thing you can do, because if you attack, then you have attack animations. If you defend, you don't have the animation, but you take half damage. And these things can one-shot you, so you don't really want to stop that from happening. There we go,
Nice.
and one more.
For 2 Pyrohydras, this is really good.
Yeah, you can also get a party of 3, which is like really nice. Alright, back at Yamata, so we're gonna do the clip once more. And as kind of per usual, we're not gonna revive our party, because guess what? We have more Death Warps coming up. I believe next up it will be Gaia Falls Cave?
Yep.
Yep. This place also houses one of the Protective Djinn, but it's a very odd choice in my opinion. It's the Mercury Protective Djinn, but it's also the weakest of the Protective Djinn. This one only blocks 40% of incoming damage as opposed to 50 or 90%. We used to get it anyway because we didn't have a lot of options, but between Ground, Granite and Bark and Chasm, we don't really need anything else. So thankfully we don't have to get it anymore, because usually if you wanted to get it, you would also incur some encounters or some save and quits, because it's in the north part of that cave that we're in right now. It's a bit slow to get to, and yeah, you would usually get encounters. Here you have the weird nymphs. They can decide not to do a whole lot of anything, or they can just completely end your career. So that's
They were
another
kind.
another piece of the Umbra gear down. And now we go get our buddy Kite, which is a very important Jinny, because it allows a person to act twice on the next turn. So you spend a turn now to get 2 turns next time. And the reason that's so good is, on one side, you can get Sveta another physical action against in one of the boss fights, which is very powerful. And in the other scenario, you can have someone use 2 summons in a row. So you can have the first summon go off, does a lot of damage and increases your elemental power. And then the second one goes off on the same turn, and it just instantly does ridiculous damage in one turn. For
Yeah,
a while,
Kite casually is seen as this amazingly overpowered Djinn, but it actually takes a lot of strategy to use it well. Like, you have to basically say, this person's action is so important that I can give up another character's action for it.
yeah.
And honestly, that's pretty rare. But anyway, we're off to the final dungeon.
Indeed we are. The one thing I just wanted to say is that for a while, against the final boss, I used a strat where I would get 2 boosted Eclipses off in one turn. So that was just 5k damage from one character in one turn. It was glorious. But now we don't get Eclipse anymore. Oh well. Also, we're not supposed to be here. So after you activate the Grave Eclipse, you're never meant to be able to go back to this area of the world, because there's no beach to land the ship on. But thankfully, with ocean walking, we can get here no problem. And because we're not meant to be here in the Eclipse state, there are no encounters mapped for the combination of this area plus Eclipse states. So we can walk around at 1 HP without any risk of having an encounter, which is very nice.
Well, I've got news.
Ooh.
What's the news?
Well, we have an anonymous donation of $20, And then we have, there's no comment, but thank you so much. Then we have $30 from Ajaxio. Again, no comment, but thank you so much. And then Hastings with $50. No comment, but thank you so much. All three of those went to the rainbow screen, the glitch there, and it's only $45 away. We have $455 out of $500 for that goal, and something just came in. It's $100 from C. Dessert. Let's break some games and let's fight Alzheimer's. That went to the rainbow screen Dark Dawn glitch. I think we've shot past the goal. We are met for the rainbow screen. Let's see it.
Heck yeah! Awesome.
All right, we'll do that during. We can do it during the final fight. That's
Let's do it
probably
during
the best
both
place
the
to do
final
it.
fights.
Both the final fights?
Actually, wait, can we?
That would be tricky.
Yeah, okay. Let's just
we'll do
it
it for
during
the
one.
we'll do it for the final fight. Chaos Chimera does work.
All right.
Yo, great rate. Excellent rate. So basically, we are going to try and get through these areas without getting an encounter. We have 1 HP. We have to do another Death Warp, and reviving people puts them back at full HP, making this whole segment really slow. Making the Death Warp really slow, sorry. It's also true that fighting these encounters is really time-consuming. They are incredibly powerful, and basically require 2 or 3 summons to even clear them. They're just, in some ways, more tricky to deal with than some of the final bosses, to be fair. You know, sometimes these super powerful mobs, they're just annoying enough and they're frequent enough to really pose a problem. So instead of even bothering to fight them, we're just going to save scum through here. So we're just going to keep saving basically until we get an encounter, and then when we get an encounter we will press X to get an encounter. God damn, that's annoying.
Yeah, that's a tricky thing about when you're saves coming through a dungeon. You have no idea what your rate is going to be. You have no idea when that encounter is going to come. So you can either delay your save and have to save less often, and if it works out, you save time. You can also save very frequently and reset very frequently. It takes a lot of time, but you're unlikely to get the encounter, so you need to find this nice balance. And a lot of the time we're pushing our luck just enough that when we press the X button to open the menu, that's when we take our next step to get the encounter. It happens so consistently, it's ridiculous.
It's actually insane how often it happens. Everybody does it. Oh yeah, I was pressing X and I got the encounter. But yes, I basically know, if I'm being risky, I can be risky. I have notes on where to save if I'm trying to push my luck as far as possible, which I am currently. That's fine. And then I have notes on where I should save and reset if I am being conservative, if I'm playing around getting a bad rate. And that first encounter happened faster than the bad rate sign, so that's really unlucky.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It was right on the save as well, so it's a bit frustrating. Don't need to do this. Old habits die hard.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, mathematically there's an optimal place to save on average, but yeah, it just determines it's up to you how much risk you want to take.
It's on average. Probability is not a guarantee, right? It could be 90% to get in a particular location, and 10% of the time it's not going to work. And sometimes that's kind of difficult to conceptually deal with, because you're this should be safe, but nothing's safe.
And then when it doesn't work out, you have the amount of time, restarting the game, you have the amount of time that you've walked since your last save, because you can of course save and then keep walking just in case you get a very good rate, and then you can make a lot more progress. Or you can get an encounter and get an attacks first and be able to flee for free. And that's also an option. And it's just all these factors that make it very tricky. You kind of just have to feel it out and determine how much risk you're willing to take.
So yeah, this is the final dungeon of the game, and notice how the mist is getting lighter and lighter. The lore here is that we're climbing up this incredible mountain and we're trying to get basically as close to the heavens as possible. In this room, there is actually just no fog at all, whereas at the start of this dungeon, there was lots of fog. And I think that's a really cool attention to detail. Like as we're climbing up this mountain, we're moving out of the Grave Eclipse and into the sunlight, which, spoiler alert, is why we need the Umbra gear. Oh, we gotta do foot clip. Time for foot clip, which is basically just a minute clip off a foot, but it's funny because it's a foot, so we call it foot clip.
Yeah, and also it works like slightly differently because normally Matthew needs to be like all the way into the wall and then some to be able to move freely. But for some reason with this wall, when he's just like halfway into the wall, you can already break out. It's like so weird.
Just like that.
And get stuck in the ladder. Yeah, shout out to foot clip.
And that
Actually,
only
once
saves
it's-
time. That only saves time because you don't have to worry about getting an extra encounter. And extra encounters are like very time consuming. So
Yep.
it's more consistent and slightly faster. So very convenient.
Yeah, we used to just deal with all the enemies here, and we would use summons to rush them down. But even when you're summon rushing, a lot of these enemies are very tanky, and it takes a while for them to go down, and then like you have the whole level up animations, because we don't really care about the level ups. It's all in all, it just takes a lot of time, and it's less interesting, in my opinion. I think it's very interesting to get a random encounter, and you have to decide how to deal with it, given your circumstances. But yeah, save and quitting is just a very, very powerful thing in the series.
Alright, we've got one more puzzle coming up after this room. It's the infamous blue path, yellow path puzzle. Well, not really. There's a bit in Golden Sun 1 where there's a 50-50 chance of getting the fast path or the slow path. And this is kind of the homage to that room because there's a 50-50 chance of getting the fast path versus the slow path. So fingers crossed we get the fast path.
Yeah, like, supposedly 50-50. Runners will tell you otherwise.
Oh yeah, in Golden Sun 1 it's not. It must be 70-30, but every time I dive into the frames and count the frames, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
This one, on the other hand, does feel like a genuine 50-50.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also the difference isn't as big between the paths. So in Golden Sun 1, if you get the yellow path, you get a whole extra room, and the rooms that you have to take are a lot longer. So it's actually like minutes slower, so it's faster to just reactivate the thing that decides which path you take. But in here, it's just like literally which path do you walk to the door. So it's a lot quicker. How much of a difference would you say it is? Like 5 seconds?
Yeah, probably 5 seconds. It's not much, but we'll complain about it all the same.
Yeah, of course. So there's this whole puzzle here. Like the minimap is shaped like a skull, so you have to do things in order. You have to ignite the eyes. You have to water the forehead, and then you have to like blow the nose or whatever. And that's what activates this this puzzle. So you're supposed to follow the path. It's very lenient. You can cut a lot of corners as long as you know where to cut them.
That was the fast path, by the way.
Yep.
Okay,
If you get
this
slow
is
path,
the...
you, like, barely make it before your
So
ability
okay,
runs
this is
out.
some really interesting routing, so we ought to talk about that. Let me just do a heal. Alright, so we actually are missing one piece of the Umbra gear, but entering that room sets our Sanctum pointer to that room. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the last piece of Umbra gear, and then Death Warp back there. And to do that, we're going to do the Endless Wall Glitch, which is the granddaddy of all glitches. It's the one that kind of everybody knew about. Stand in this location, use the Sun Saga or save and quit, and you can fall down. Now that we're out of bounds, we're going to go make a quick detour and pick up a fairly unexpected Djinn. We need to get 8 Mars Djinn, we currently have 6. The fastest Djinn to get, believe it or not, are Aurora, which is like the very last Djinn of the game, and Fever. And Fever is this guy just over here, back in the very early bit of the game. It intended to be like the tutorial battle to let you know you can get Djinn in the overworld. but because we're so strong now, we can just come over here, donk it on the head very lightly, and it's like less than a 30-second commitment. It's super, super nice. Okay, now that we've got fever, we're going to run back up here. Shrine, which is way off in the top left of the screen. Okay, and then to do that, we're going to do a combination of really cool tricks. Now, I'm going to walk over... Where's this piece of region? Right here. Walking in this region enables a no-clip for whatever reason. So now I can just walk right behind Lookout Cabin. Hi, Lookout Cabin. It's nice to see you. And we can kind of walk along this ridge right here. Now, I'm going to walk along this ridge and come up to this peak here. I'm going to run down a bit. That activates another no-clip and allows me to walk across this seam here. This is like the seam between two load lines for whatever reason. And for some reason, walking along this load line here doesn't let me fall off. So I can do this amazing skywalk over to Snowdrift Shrine, which is way on the other side of the map, as you can see. But this kind of walking in the middle of the air clip makes that so much faster. We're going to fall down here. I should really save, but whatever. And voila, we're on the other side of the map. And that whole sequence of tricks is like, I'm so proud of like this routing here, because like it optimizes the overworld movement so significantly, and plus the sky path looks really cool. There is a minute chance we get an encounter here. Also, welcome back to the snow theme, which is really cool. No encounter, fantastic. And now we're basically on our way to get our last piece of the Umbra gear. Super good. Very nice.
Yeah, that skywalk is awesome, because it's also very unique. Usually when we skywalk, we fall down after entering like a new chunk of the world map. But because, as Plexa mentioned, we're like walking on a seam, it doesn't actually let us fall down. And that's just genius find from Plexa. And in the air, there's also no encounters, which is like a nice bonus.
Well, there is encounters in here, but there's no encounters in the air, obviously. So it simplifies that a lot. So we'll just pick up this last piece of Umbra gear, and then we'll death warp back over to Apollo, and then we finally get to go into the last puzzle gauntlet. There are no encounters in the puzzle gauntlet, so it's just pure puzzling. Another great time for donations, if we have any. Super excited that we... why am I doing this? I should just retreat. I'm super excited that we were able to meet the rainbow screen incentive. It's a really cool trick that we get to show off.
Oh yeah,
And yeah, we're just going to do a quick death warp.
Sorry,
I killed the audio.
Oops.
Oh, you killed
There we
the
go.
audio? Ooh.
Yeah, I just accidentally hit the volume slider on the side of the DS.
Oh,
Oops.
Whoopsie.
Well, I
Oopsie-daisy.
suppose I could just remind everybody why we're here. That ESA is doing this marathon to help raise money with Alzheimer Funding. Alzheimer Funding's aim and purpose is to increase fundraising to the benefit of scientific research in order to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. And just looking at the prizes, I know I haven't been on the air very long. I've already seen a couple different $100 donations. I think there's going to be some folks that are gunning for the PS5. I remember last year we only had one of these to give away. This year we have two, one for the EU, one for the North America. That's amazing. And, you know, when you donate, you hit the minimum donation, you have a chance to win any of the prizes cumulatively throughout the marathon. A minimum donation of $50 gives you a chance to win the Nintendo Switch. So, yeah, I think there's some people that want to win that PS5. Remember, $100 is the minimum, and that's quite a good value. You can't really see that in stores, that's for sure.
Aren't those PS5 super hard to find as well? So, super cool opportunity there.
Yeah, you'd be happy to find it for its intended price, even.
Seriously.
Alright, so this last dungeon is actually pretty cool. It's like a trial of the elements almost. So each dungeon has got like elemental theme, and the whole thing is like a play on light and shadows, which is really cool. Again, just fantastic dungeon design in this game. I just remember casually thinking, just please don't let this be the end, because I just wanted to keep going because it was so cool. But alas, this is the end. But, you know.
Yeah, and sadly this game was also definitely rushed a bit, and it shows in the last like third.
Especially the post game. The post game dungeons are a bit.
Yeah. And like
That's
there's
okay.
areas that are actually mapped, like believe it or not, like the entirety of the region of what is it called? Gondwan is just mapped,
Gondwan,
and it
yeah.
has textures and everything. It has collision. It looks very unfinished, but it exists, which is crazy. And there's the aforementioned Mercury Lighthouse. It's an actual physical location. You can't enter it, but it's there. And yeah, it clearly shows that they had a lot more plans with this game. So hopefully, one day they can be followed up in the future with a 4th game. Please, come on. I need it.
For some reason, every time I go to open the menu, I'm hitting this back right button, so that's why you're seeing all these crushes and whirlwinds come out. Very frustrating. It's okay though.
I really enjoyed these puzzles when I was first casually playing through this. Like the first few are
yeah,
pretty
they're
simple,
really cool.
but the Venus one actually kind of took me a couple of tries.
Yeah, like the Venus and Mercury runs are quite complex. But yeah, it's a nice little way to send off the game. This little sequence right before the big bag, Apollo, Lens, or whatever the last room is called. I always get them mixed up. I know there's like Apollo's Ascent. I think this is Apollo's Sanctum.
I believe
could be
so.
wrong.
And then Lens is like the part with the lights.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah.
I always get them mixed up because they're so similar.
Cool area here. This is also the reason we'll never get rid of Crush, because we need to free these discs of their confines.
No. This one, you know, in theory, like someday there's like a wrong warp to get through this area or whatever. But to actually activate the Apollo lens, you have to do Crush a bunch of times, and that's the one that I'm referencing. That's the one where you, like, unless you can find a trigger for that cutscene, you can't change the area. So it'd be very, very, very difficult to skip Crush.
Yeah, true. But yeah, still, this is one of those reasons, and the fact that the loading zone to the room to the north doesn't actually exist until you solve all 4 wings here, it's another reason that it's unlikely that we'll be able to skip this. But it's okay. It's a little calm before the storm, so to speak, because the final boss is freaking wild. Casually, it can be pretty tricky. Like, I would say there's a very big power spike. The entire game is not that challenging, but final bosses, man, they'll beat you up.
Yeah, Chaos, like, oh boy, there's so much that can be said about the Chaos Chimera, which is the final fight of this game. The Chaos, like, the whole run is optimized around that one fight. Like, it defines the speedrun, basically. You need to be strong enough that you have a realistic shot to beat it, and this strat has a roughly 66% chance to win. Which doesn't sound great, and it's not great, but it's better than 50%, and it's better than 40% that some of the strats that I've worked on have been. The fact that this strat actually has a backup is one of, like, most strats don't get the luxury of a backup. Let's just say that. This one does has an out to something going horrifically wrong.
Yeah,
it's not a good out.
Your first
it is an
66% is more than 50%, which is also more than 40%.
That's true. It's one of the reasons that Jin Heist was so easy to just agree it was good, because every other route had one shot, and if it didn't work, tough luck. That was it. It's all over.
I think it would be fair to talk about
the
Chaos Chimera and all the things that can go wrong, because in the moment we're not going to have that much time.
Yeah. Well, we've got a long way to go before we're there, but yeah, basically, it has AoE instant death. Instant death is bad for obvious reasons. It has an ability called Jin Blast, which can remove all the Jin from one person, which makes this impossible to do summons. That's bad most of the time. There's like 1 or 2 instances where it can be okay, but it's generally just bad. On top of that, it can deal a ton of damage if it just decides it really hates a particular character and just focuses on that character solely. Chances are they'll die. On top of that, it's got abilities that can take away your actions. It's just everything about it screams unfair, but that's okay. Ooh.
It's quite intense. Like especially the instant death on an essential character, or a Djinn blast on someone whose Djinn still need to be used. That's just like, well, rip, I guess.
Oh, and then don't forget, it also has Shadow Shield.
Oh yeah, of course, you can also just decide to block 50% of your damage.
Oops.
But thankfully, we do have ground. As long as the character who uses ground outspeeds Chaos Chimera, our priority goes before its priority. So that's nice.
Yeah, there's still one turn where it can use Shadow Shield. So if that happens, that's where the backup comes into play. But still, it's unfair. But it's fine. We can deal with it. We have the strats.
Except when you just get beaten up 10 times in a row. That can also happen.
Yeah, that happened.
What happened to Rafi? Was it Rafi who had that recently, where it just got...
It was Lagrange, yeah. Yeah. We recently held a community-wide relay race of the series, and one team got mercilessly destroyed by RNG, and just things did not go well. And it was just everybody on that team too. Like it was one team had everything go well, the other team did not, and the team that did not, unfortunately, had to do a couple tries on Chaos Chimera. And that could happen. I'm mentally prepared for it happening in this run, so fingers crossed that it doesn't. But it's out of my control. I can only do the inputs, and if I do the inputs correctly, as long as if the game says no, then game says no.
I think with the power of the rainbow screen, you'll be able to do it.
I certainly hope so.
I saw a question in chat earlier about retreats. The first two games are infamous for having this thing called the retreat glitch, where you can essentially wrong warp, and in the second game also pick up items from an incorrect chest, or sometimes even a non-existent chest. Sadly, that does not exist in this game anymore.
No, they rebuilt the engine from scratch, so all the stuff that did work no longer works.
Not quite from scratch. There's definitely a lot of carryover.
They used the same underlying mechanics and formulas, but they rebuilt it.
Yeah.
So. Anyway, this is the last puzzle, and then we're going to get into Orb Skip. You want to tell people about Orb Skip while I worry about this menu?
Yeah, so in the intended sequence here, we're going to activate, or rather there are 3 pedestals scattered around, and I talked earlier about the yellow, blue, and red orbs, and each pedestal has a specific color, and the orb goes into that pedestal. And once all 3 orbs are in their place, then that unlocks the Soul Blade. If you try to interact with the Soul Blade that's sitting in the middle of that room, you can't pull it out until you put in all the orbs. And you need the Soul Blade because it's literally a key to enter kind of like the inner mechanics of this machine. And I mean it in the most literal sense. You just stick the Soul Blade into the key lock, and it opens.
It's actually a key.
Yeah, it's
like the Keyblade. It's like very Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, although in Kingdom Hearts they never actually insert it into anything. They just
true.
fire a beam of light. Anyway. So we need to get into that inner room, because that's where we activate the mechanic. So initially we had to get the orbs, because we couldn't retrieve the Soul Blade and we couldn't clip into that inner room. But thankfully, with Plexa and the introduction of fall clipping, we did find a way to get into that room. It's non-trivial, but we found a way in, because in this coming up section we have a new mechanic. If you're familiar with the first game, you might remember Lamakan Desert, where you have this heat meter, and when you walk around it goes up, and when it reaches the top you would take a quarter of your health as damage. This is a more extreme version of that. If the meter fills up all the way, you just pretty much wipe and you get sent back to the Wise One statue that we were at earlier. And you just have to walk back to that area. You were saved, or engulfed by the lights, and yeah, it's not good. You can reduce that meter by standing in the shadow. When you're standing in the sunlight, it goes up gradually, and standing in the shadow cools it down gradually as well. So there's this pillar that's in the sun, but it's casting a shadow, and we need to minute clip off of that to get out of bounds to proceed. And as you're in a position to do the clip, you're constantly in the sunlight, and it is physically, literally impossible to clip fast enough before the meter fills up. So thankfully, when you save and quit, the meter also gets reset. So ideally we do, I believe, 2 save and quits, and then we should be out of bounds to be able to do the fall clip. So this is the pillar. We'll see the meter on the left side constantly go up. And we're also playing a bit of a game of chicken here. We want to save and quit when it's as close as possible to the top, just to maximize our chance of not needing another save and quit. Sometimes we can use Matthew as a visual cue. As you can see, we are controlling Sveta, but Matthew is constantly following us. And when you see Matthew walking towards Sveta, that means you're making progress to getting out of bounds. You can also just look at the character models or the shadows, but Matthew is generally a pretty obvious indicator if you're going out or you're going back inbounds. So once Plexa reaches out of bounds here and Sveta's shadow disappears, that's when he's going to do another fall clip, which, as you've seen before, involves walking up to a ledge with ground below you, and if your subpixels line up correctly, you can walk back out as soon as you land, and that'll allow us to be at like the ground level again, but out of bounds. And thankfully, because of the fact that the statue we see to our right here, or the one that we barely don't see, it doesn't have collision, but the loading trigger is there. The room that we're going to enter is currently actually underground, and it would pop up once we retrieve the soul blade. But we should be able to just, there we go, hit this loading trigger, which is where the door would be, get to the inner sanctum. Very clean, very nice.
2 saves.
Yeah,
Very
very
nice.
good.
That's as good as, that's as close to optimal as you'll get. That was really, really, really clean. I'm very, very proud of the fact I got all the hard tech in this run, except for like some dumb things that like the bridge in Ayutthaya.
It happens.
Yeah, like that's not even one that I was worried about. Like this is like considered like in the trinity of hard clips. This is in the trinity. It's this one, Phantasmal Bog, and Warrior's Hill, and getting all 3 of those very cleanly. That's enough for me. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
If Chaos Chimera kills the run now, it's not my fault.
Unless it is your fault. Huh? It's always
be.
possible to miss it. Okay, so right here we're lining up very precisely to do a little skip that Legrand found years ago. It was actually like the second notable discovery in this game.
Fine.
If you get Matthew like very, very slightly on this step, you'll be high enough to grab this pole to the left that's still underground. And that lets you skip grabbing the right pole first, which starts like a 15-second cutscene. There we go.
Note to self, do that every time. I don't know. I thought I could do it from the left side. I should just do it from the right side. I know it works from the right side. Anyway, because we've done this out of order, this is going to look really silly. Things are going to appear out of nowhere. Bonk. The next one, however, is particularly funny. It's also about 2 minutes long, so if there are donations, now's a great time. But if we scream gun, it's not our fault.
Oh, well.
This will make sense.
All right. There's folks asking, there is another incentive for this run right now up until, an overestimate, which I don't think will happen. Plexa will show off how to obtain the Eclipse and Crystallix summons during the Epilogue sequence. If we meet this incentive, right now we have $110, and the goal is 1,000, so less than 900 away. Yeah, for the Epilogue Showcase. And again, all of your donations throughout the marathon will rack up and track towards the prizes we have. Again, top prize, PS5, with the minimum donation of $100.
Yeah, this cutscene is surprisingly long. I never think it's that long, but it's actually like bathroom break worthy of cutscene. For such a long run, you kind of got to work out when can you take a strategic bathroom break, and like there's one of them just after during the passage sequence once you activate the alchemy forge. This is the other one because but you never realize that this one's one that you can take because the adrenaline is going and it seems a lot quicker than it really is. But this is legitimately 1.5 2 minutes of cutscene from drip use. It's a cool cutscene.
Yeah, definitely. And this is also like right near the end of the run, so you're just like, oh, I can hold it. I'll be okay. But yeah, this is definitely a good opportunity. Would have been, but a bit late now.
Yeah, I'm just calling out the fact that it's a long cutscene.
Yeah. So, why did we spawn a huge gun to begin with? Well, we kind of messed up the world because of the whole Luna Tower Grave Eclipse shenanigans, and this weapon is powerful enough to destroy the Luna Tower. But our buddy here, Arcanus, I don't think he wants us to do that. Or more importantly, Blados and Chalice don't want us to do that, because, you know, they were the ones who manipulated us into raising the Luna Tower to begin with.
Yeah.
Gasp,
So
it's
for
Alex!
context... Oh, yes, Alex, RIP. No, I mean, surprise. There's probably like 15 or so minutes left or so before the epilogue stuff will need to be locked in, so if you want to see that, there's not that much time left in it. We are right at the end of the game, unless Chaos Chimera decides to be a pain. As we've discussed, Chaos Chimera's got a lot of nasty abilities, not the least AoE instant death. So fingers crossed.
Oh, Plexa, did you do the slap glove swap?
I did, yeah.
I'm good at timely notifications.
Hey, I'm glad you reminded me.
Yay. So yeah, this is
I
where,
actually did forget. I just checked my notes. I was like, oh, I haven't done my status menu. Then I see what was going there. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta swap the thing.
So yeah, this is where it's revealed that there are, outside of, you know, the 4 elemental adepts that we've been talking about, there are also dark adepts. And yeah, it turns out Blados and Chalice are exactly that. And that's why they also have like these weird elemental weaknesses. Like the one is weak to fire, the other one's weak to you know, mercury. It's honestly kind of odd, but I fully expect if a Golden Sun 4 is made, they'll just have 2 extra elements for light and dark. Because right now it's kind of just a weird mixture of like all elements.
Yeah, it really explains why everything's been so weird. It was, oh, they're dark adepts. That's why they don't quite work the way that we expect them to. So yeah, we're just gonna do some more safe crawling to get through this bit of the game. There are 2 warriors here. They're not particularly difficult to defeat. But if you defeat them, they give you 50,000 experience, give or take. So we would literally be here for like 2 minutes leveling up, which is not good. Not good times. Okay, thank you, game, for that.
Good raids.
Wow. That's okay. That happens. I'm used to this by now. You get very used to getting destroyed by rate in this game. I'm just gonna make a save here. But yeah, we don't want to sit there and level up forever, so we got to do this instead.
Yeah, casually this is like really nice because these 2 warriors give a huge amount of XP, and they give Waters of Life.
And Waters of Life. Yeah.
But we don't need that. It's kind of just a waste of time.
Right on the pixel.
Ooh, I know
Needing
what
2
quest for
saves to
time for
go for
this.
it. We got a cutscene.
We are working towards the epilogue incentive. I know we can do this if we all work together. Moogle Mage is helping out with $50, saying, "Let's go, Twitch chat." That is going towards the Epilogue Showcase. So I know we're at 160 now. This might be a big like a big rush here. I'd love to see a little bit of hype from everybody before the main event starts.
Oh yeah, this is a pretty hype moment of the game. We're gonna go through the final bosses, so now is the time. Now is the time. There is a brief moment of time after the Chaos Chimera where we can squeeze in a ton of donations. So get them in there. Let's load them up into the queue. Let's see if we can beat it. Let's see if we can show off some cool things in the epilogue. Because we will show off the rainbow screen very shortly, and that'll be... Well, that'll be an experience.
Wow. Here we go.
Maybe we can also show off a summon. Pick a favorite. Because summons are just so cool. I love them.
We'll see. We'll see. I want to get through this fight first.
Up to you.
I want to get through this fight. I'm like very worried about Chaos Chimera. I'm not that worried. I'm moderately worried about Chaos Chimera. I'm at peace with the fact that it can probably just kill things. But, you know, it'd be nice to not have to die to Chaos Chimera.
Yeah, for sure. You think we could repel Chaos Chimera by reading the lore?
I wish we could. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, just like
The Chaos Chimera
read all
just
5
keeps
books at
coming back,
once.
though. Yeah. By the powers of law combined, you bring all 5 books together. It's like Exodia or something.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Law powers, and Kraden powers up. Goes Super Saiyan or something.
Super Saiyan Crane, yes.
Images you didn't think you needed to know about.
Alright, so we're getting
This is where
into the
Sveda's gonna
Chaos
shine.
Yeah. This is indeed where Sveta shines. So Hime is going to cast Weapon's Grace on Sveta, and what that does, it increases that person's attack by 50%. That's a lot to just put in one turn. Sveta herself is going to cast a Judgment to power up her Venus power. You'll see it goes plus 100 here. And then next turn she's going to go into Beast Mode, and that's where that physical power is going to come in. When you go into Beast Mode, you have a separate set of classes. It starts with, I believe, Wild Animal, and depending on your Venus and Jupiter Djinn equipped, you can power it up even more. And you can get up to like 320% attack multiplier, I believe. And yeah, so next turn she's going to pump out a lot of damage just on her own. Basically, everybody is supporting Sveta in this fight, and the win condition for this fight is to either beat Blados and Chalice or to beat the Chaos Hound. Naturally, we go for the single target, so we just focus down the Chaos Hound with all the power that we can muster. So all the single enemy attacks that we can. Just look at the damage that Sveta is going to pump out here. She's going to attack twice, thanks to Kite. Sadly, we get a Shadow Shield, so it's going to be 50% less damage than we would have liked. Stupid RNG,
It's
but
fine.
even through that, 487 damage in one attack, bam, another one. That's 1,000 damage, which could have been 2,000. Sveta is an absolute beast. So what Eolio is going to do now is cast Reflux. Wow. Another Shadow Shield.
It's fine. Get it all out. Get it all out, game.
Yeah. Cast Reflux on Sveta, which means if she is attacked and not stunned, she will counterattack. And she'll do that with her full attack stat, which is obviously very strong. Sadly, Chaos Hound did not attack her, so no counter on it. But alas, we can go for some more attacks. Oh my god. What are the odds?
So this would be a problem if not for the fact that Moloch is amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm actually getting a little bit nervous about things, because I think I've got one... Yeah, I got one slam left, so I'm just going to start loading in more damage.
No! Dude!
Okay, this is now a problem.
4 in a row.
Yeah.
And there is
Amazing.
the punish. Okay, it wasn't an insta-kill in terms of the effect, but it was a lot of damage. Alright. I guess we're going over to the Speed Punch. Oh yeah, that'll work.
There we go.
Oh my gosh.
No, you're not really scared during that fight. You're just, like, annoyed that you have to do that.
Yeah. So, the nice thing about having Moloch, when Sveta is in her beast form, she will consume 1 Djinn per turn. They'll go into recovery mode. They'll go into recovery mode when she transforms back. If she has 6 Djinn on her, she can survives 6 turns in beast mode, and then she transforms, and all 6 Jin are put into recovery. Moloch is weird, and because we have multiple copies of it, if we set a copy of Moloch to set or standby, did you do it, Rainbow?
No, I didn't even do the menu.
Okay.
I just accidentally pressed back one too many times. No, that's not right. There we go.
Yeah, the fact that we have multiple Molochs means they can't all be consumed. It'll only consume the first Moloch. And we can get a Moloch out of recovery just by setting and standbying a different Moloch, because they're like weirdly semi-connected. So instead of draining like 4 or 5 Jin, depending on how many turns just passed, it only drained a single Moloch, and we can get it back. So that was basically a free beast mode activation. It's very important that the Jin are set up properly here, because we're gonna swap in and out certain characters, use up their Jin by summoning, and that needs to happen in a certain order as well. It's all very involved, very well thought out.
All right. Oh, I didn't swap people around. We probably just die. That's fantastic.
At least
Alright,
with the
how
rainbow
far
screen.
away am I? No, I'm actually fine. I'm actually fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I did do rainbow screen. It should be in effect. You won't see it right now, but it'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll see it in the top screen.
Oh boy, this is all very strange now. This is fine though.
Nah, it's okay. We just
no
focus.
There you go, rainbow screen.
Yeah, except for that one block where there's just Jin still visible.
Taste the
Feel
rainbow.
the rainbow, friends. Feel the rainbow.
Summon the rainbow. Love it.
Yeah, so normally there's like this rainbow colored filter on top of a different image, so it's like a lot more subtle. But because of quickly canceling out of menus, like very, very quickly, we can make it so that the effect is like a lot more prominent, and like the Jin screen is kind of just sitting there broken. And yeah, it creates this wonderful, wonderful rainbow effect.
Alright, this is the scary turn. Okay, we're not getting shadow shielded, so that's good.
That's good.
Vicious Embrace is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Wonderful.
we should be good for the 3-turn fight. This is... Honestly, I deserve this after that Leidos and Jealous fight.
Alright, so this is not going to be time yet, by the way. Time is going to be after.
I will be very curious what the time is, though.
Oh, for sure. Alright, last round of summons here. Another groans. So I think the only thing that can still go wrong is a Retribution proc on Himi, right?
There's a lot of things that can go wrong still. Wicked Howl can go wrong. Attack. Okay, we're fine. That's it.
GG.
That's it. That should be GG. We gotta get one meteor off, but yeah, it's fine. It's not in the move pool. It shouldn't be in the move pool. Amazing.
Awesome. Ah, great run, Plexa. That was sick.
Thank you. We can enjoy all of media. This is really slow.
That's a pretty involved animation for just being a
It's a
medium.
very long animation, actually. This is much longer than I thought it was going to be. Have I made a mistake here? There we go.
Got
We
him.
have felled the Chaos Chimera. GG.
GG's. No time yet. Not yet.
What is the time, though, once we fade to black?
I think that's going to be hard to tell because we had to pause at the start for a bit.
Ah, it's okay. What's the
Ooh.
estimate?
I'm sorry. More donations are coming. I wonder like how much time we'll still have, because
We got about 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, because we've reached a total of $455. I need to read these
That's
off.
so
Oh,
close.
snap.
I know. An anonymous donation of $25 saying thanks Plexa, Valissa, and Bratterfield for a great start to this event. We have $20 from Full Metal Adept 108. Hey Plexa and Val, good luck on the last couple fights. Looks like GG's are in order. And we had $250 from Red Wolf Networks. Hey everyone. The guys from Red Wolf here. Glad to be a part of ESA and super glad to help with donating towards Alzheimer Funding and their research. Another $250 every day of the charity. Let's go! And all of these donations went towards the epilogue. We have 455 out of 1,000. But I think we'll be out of time here.
I think we will.
Yeah.
That's a shame. But it's okay. We got the rainbow screen. Unless somebody wants to drop an amazing donation at the 11th hour to get that through.
Oh yeah, only a couple
Not that much
of
longer
minutes. And it'll be 4:45. My math is not good at 7 a.m. in Pacific time. 5:45. 5:45. Just under halfway.
Meanwhile, Matthew repeatedly bumping his head against the light and just falling down the stairs. Poor boy. Oh yeah, the Chaos Hound was actually Sveta's brother, but being transformed by like dark elemental energy, and she just had to beat him up. So she's also pretty sad right now.
Everyone's sad. They did make this unique portrait for Sveta at this for this sequence, which is kind of interesting. She's got these glowing eyes. It's kind of neat.
Yeah. There he is again. Just bonked him down the ladder.
But yeah, this is the end of the run. There's just a couple bits left. I think some shoutouts are in order. I think shoutouts firstly to the quad that broke this game to pieces. So Velisa, obviously, for spurring this on. Reagan Atreys, absolute legend. The Fulgur, who came out of the woodwork and was like, hey, bridge clips can work in multiple places. And has just been indispensable ever since. Like, you know, those couple months that we were in the trenches on Discord every day, just chipping away at this piece by piece, those were amazing. I'll never forget that.
Yeah,
Some of the most fun I've ever had
every
speedrunning.
night. Just in the middle of the
It's
work
crazy.
week, just staying up until like 4 a.m. Oops.
Yeah, work's done. Jump onto Discord, stay up to
Yeah.
like the equivalent of 1 a.m.
So much fun.
Those were the days. That was crazy. Yeah, shout outs to those that wonderful group of people, because we destroyed this game. And of course, shout outs to Legrand Grand, A Rafi. I'm forgetting somebody, I think. But other runners of this game who have done, you know, amazing things as well. It's amazing that there's been so much interest in this game in the last 8 months. It's kind of gone from zero to a lot. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Shout outs to some of our other brethren who you'll see later in the marathon. Bowie. Shout outs to Bowie. He normally does commentary for these things, but he is currently en route to ESA as we speak. And same with FX. They'll be running some fun stuff later in the week, so check them out. They're part of our little Golden Sun community. We wish them well for their runs later on. I guess on a more personal note, thank you to my wife for being incredibly understanding. It's currently 4 a.m. where I am. She went to sleep as I started, so she tolerates this, so thank you very much for tolerating it, and I love you heaps, and thank you for understanding when I broke Moloch. And that happened. And we're about to dive into the last cutscene of the run. And of course, shout outs to my friends at Team Liquid, my employer, my colleagues, wonderful organization to be a part of. They're incredibly supportive of this. They actually added this to the schedule of our fan loyalty program earlier today, which is kind of nice. Hi, all the people who are getting points for this. Yeah, just amazing that they support this kind of stuff. So thank you guys, and it's a real honor to work for you. Anyone you want to shout out, Val, before we close out here?
I want to give a shout out to Smelly McTroll, who was just learning the run when we decided to completely break it. And then they just decided to, you know, stick with the glitches routes, did a couple of runs. Very, very cool. Casino Coin also did some glitches runs back in the day. I think I've seen them pop up in the Discord every now and then to see what the progress is. Yeah, just the entire Golden Sun community. I want to give a shout out
Shoutouts to
Plexa
Emmy for
because
putting up with me. I want to shout out Emmy for letting me steal Val for many nights to break this game. Thank you, Emmy.
Yeah, Emmy's my girlfriend, and yeah, I definitely spent some time away from her when we were trying to break the game. So, also, yeah, thanks to her for putting up with that and not making a big deal out of it. And I want to give a shout out to Plexa because he's been the cornerstone of the Golden Sun community. Runs all the games, is good at all the games, very supportive, always down to help, and just generally a very positive force.
That's time, by the way. We split at a really weird time. I've advocated to change it, but it hasn't really got traction.
It's the
I
final
want to split on
input.
Fade to Black. But it's the final input. But yeah, that's it. That's the game. Yeah. We're about to transition into credits, and yeah, I'm legitimately surprised that this went as well as it did. I have legitimately died to Chaos Chimera 10 times in a row before I finally got to kill it. And I was so worried that was going to happen today, but it didn't. We got trolled by Blados and Chalice instead, so I've never seen that before. Like 4 or 5 Shadow Shields in a row where Sveta runs out of PP. Haven't seen that one. But yeah, not to worry. She's strong. Yeah. So what was the final time there?
Looking at it now, it says 4:16:43, and it called time a little bit early, so you could shave off a few seconds for that. And
that's a good run.
That's
a very solid
run. Like again, back in June last year, the record was 7 hours and 3 minutes, I believe.
Whew.
So yeah, we've come a long way.
Only 10 minutes out from Woodrick. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Given the amount of variance this run can have, you can lose so much time just trying to crawl through an area, or just getting an encounter at the wrong time, and just all kinds of things just going wrong. So to not have to worry about that and have that all kind of not be an issue, and to get through in 4:16 is still really good. So I'm proud of that. Very good run.
Definitely. Very good run. And we've got some more runs on the schedule. Very excited for the ones we're going to see
exciting.
Today, tonight, tomorrow, the rest of the week. It's going to be awesome.
It might be that everyone's back in person on site, and again, shout out to everybody going there. We miss you, and hopefully in the near future we're all able to get together again. But this might be one of the best ESAs yet. The schedule is amazing this time around.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks ESA for having us.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to do this for ESA. Thank you for supporting Golden Sun. I think ESA has always had our backs. One of the first major marathon to feature Golden Sun in any capacity. The first major marathon to feature Dark Dawn. It's amazing that you guys keep supporting us, and we really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you both. Thank you so much for this amazing run. Starting off the ESA pre-show for winter 2022. Again, we're all raising money here for Alzheimer Fund, and stay tuned after the break. We'll see Jewhorse here with Silent Hill 4, The Room. Stay tuned.